So typically, we start all sessions with recap. However, this session is a little bit disconnected from a lot of the other stuff that's going on. You guys are sort of having a sort of a self-contained side tangent. So I think it's more beneficial rather than actually doing recap here to do recap once you pop out the other side of the dream concordance. And so between sessions, we talked a little bit about doing a dream concordance, going into this Formian's mind. And there are tons of abandoned places in this section of the city. Basically, the spot where you got ambushed at was intentionally between the inhabited parts of the city. It is fairly easy to find a little place to hold up for a couple of hours and do this ritual. Now, it might necessarily not necessarily take a couple hours. I think the ritual itself only takes a few minutes, but how long you spend inside is actually relevant for like doing stuff in time. Um, if you have the ability to do so, I probably can do this in Roll20 as well. But if you have the ability to pull up on your phone, on another monitor, or whatever, the ritual for Dream Concordance, that would be beneficial. Um, I will copy pasta this into a handout so it's in game as well. But Dream Concordance ritual has some special rules that I do want to go over with people because I don't want anything to be a surprise. If we're going to be doing this, I want it to be kind of like, okay, we know exactly kind of what we're getting ourselves into, and we can sort of work accordingly. So I'm sharing to all players a handout that should have the Dream Concordance ritual in it.
Mhm.
If it's easier for you to read, you can also look it up in whatever's easier to read. I know that that's just a giant block of text. But let's go over it real quick. One, you just need to be in a short rest to do this. You can have the whole party go through. It's not that big of a deal to kind of get it done. And you guys are using it for the third um, normal use of it, which is the potentially battling a mind affecting predator, getting someone out of madness or getting someone out of being like long term controlled by something else. So it does create a subdimension. You guys go inside of here. And usually it is created by a mixture of what you guys provide. If it's going to be used as a conference room, right? So one player can say, "Oh, I want this to be on top of a mountain." Another player can say, "Oh, it's going to be in a, the on top of the mountain there is a palace of ice, and we're all there," like that sort of stuff. But when you're doing it on a dreamscape that is already populated, so you're doing it on an individual that's not one of the group members, it is their dreamscape. It is their mind you're going to be going through.
I love
Um,
Psychonauts
yeah, or Inception.
or Inception.
So this sort of last larger paragraph is something that I do want to go over real quick because it is a change and it is something that you guys need to be aware of while you guys are playing. So living creatures at 0 hit points if you're when the ritual is performed get 1 hit point. Everyone else gets their current everything. So if you guys want to have full hit points in here, you do need to spend healing surges prior to going in, and the resources you bring in are relevant because you get to keep all of your stuff, but you do not get to keep consumables and magic items. So if you have an ability that is an active part of your character from an item that you have, most notably everyone's artifacts, you can still use a representation of it in the dream, i.e., you're not going to have to change all of your abilities and do all that sort of stuff, but you can't communicate with it, right? It is the actual artifact itself, no matter what it is not located in the concordance. So you can't, for example, one of the if the powers are directly from the item, you can't, for example, detect elemental or aberrant creatures using the sort of sight that is gained by Baneslayer. The sort of mental defenses against being dominated, the specific powers of the orb that one of many carries won't be in effect. So there's a lot of things in here that are going to be a little twisted because you may or may not have access to things. And if you just look at the thing and it's like, I think this is from my item, probably not if it's like an active thing, but if it's a passive thing, for example, Drox just getting a bonus to his healing surge from his weapon, that'll continue on. So if you can sort of think of anything of like just pure mechanics, you just get this sort of passive boon, or you get to use this weapon as a +3 or +4 weapon. That's all fine. But if it is, oh, I'm going to do something sort of unique or special, or commune with the weapon, or implement, that sort of stuff will not work in Streamscape. The other thing is that all of this stuff gets converted into damage and hits you. And if you get brought to 0 hit points, you get kicked out of the dream state. You cannot go unconscious in the dream state and then get healed back up. If you get knocked below 0, you're gone. You disappear. And the way that I'm ruling a lot of these sort of um, rituals where I'm allowing hand waving of things for, hey, can we just keep repeating it over and over again, is saying that no, you can kind of do this once. So it's kind of a one and done. If you get
Mhm.
kicked out, if you get below 0, you can still help. You can do things by maintaining the bodies of those that are still under, because you wake up at a hit point. Or sorry, you were still unconscious at 0 hit points. Normally, I'm going to say that you wake up at 1 hit point and are able to do things to help other members of the. Does anyone have any questions, especially about that last part of how Dream Concordance is going to work mechanically?
Kandrock, give me some of his healing surges.
Are you out?
I have 2.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to split up, I have 10 left after basically healing to full, so.
Josh hasn't spent his yet.
I haven't
I
spent mine
haven't.
yet either.
I am almost in the game. It's loading now.
Well, good. You are at full hit points. So
Oh, cool. Well, then I don't need to worry about it.
So just to clarify on the magic item thing. So like for example, I have my lucky charm that has like a daily power. I would not be able to use that.
you will be able to use that.
Oh.
So specifically, the only things that will not work in here
Are the
are things
artifacts?
you need the artifact stuff for.
Okay.
So all of your other equipment will work fine.
Okay.
Basically, the way the ritual works normally is that you can't use any consumables, you can't use any magic items and things like that, but it's not super clear what exactly it means. And so I'm clarifying that you can't use consumables, and if it is something that is sort of tied to the artifact, then you can't use that. But if it is a passive ability, or it's something that you can sort of manifest that doesn't rely on you drawing power from the artifact, then it'll work in here.
Okay.
You know, JP, I changed my mind. I don't need your healing surges.
Does that mean the protection from domination that the helm grants me, because that's coming directly from the entity?
Yes.
Okay. But I still have 24 hours of breathable air, right?
Sure.
I don't think you gotta breathe when you're asleep. Well, you know,
Pretty sure.
I don't think you have to breathe when you're in the dream state.
You're not going to
dream
need to
self.
breathe in your sleep. Filibuster outside the dream, placing a pillow over your face, says.
Gary, when I update my token, it updates. It's not updating all 3 of them.
It looks like it is on my side.
Okay, then I'll just reload.
Same.
I also had to reload when I updated my token for some reason.
Oh, yep. Okay, it did.
And there isn't really a way, at least I do not know one, to rename the different sides of your token.
Mm.
But you can go in and manually rename them if you wanted to.
Oh, okay.
So, like, for example, doing this just renamed the Spirit Companion token,
Not
but
on
it'll
my
still say one of
screen.
many to pull it out. So
Let me
you
see.
can manually change the name, I think.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, for some reason my Roll20 is not updating tokens automatically. Okay, cool.
Cool. So, if everybody is clear on what we're doing and ready to start sort of the dream sequence, toss a 1 in chat. Let me know you're ready, or ask further questions if you are not. All right. So everyone that matters, type to 1 in chat. We can go ahead and get started. So hopefully that is a blank screen for you guys. Potentially
is
I
not.
see
some.
I see
eggs.
eggs.
Cool.
Oh. Oh.
So you guys finish the ritual, and the ritual pulls you into this strange sort of alien mind. And the first place that you feel like you're drawn to, is a place that you recognize sort of as the creature, as a hatchery, as a hatchery and nursery. And around you, there are walls of some places of dirt, some places of stone. You get the feeling that this place is natural looking, but it is worked to look natural. So it kind of is a carefully crafted uh, cavern that is designed to look like it is fairly natural looking. Spread around the room are these eggs, these eggs of Formians. And while the room itself is all in sort of grayscale, lots of black and white, the eggs themselves are in brilliant colors, and you can see things drifting through the egg. And from the mind's eye of the Formian, you can tell that those colors, those those strange mixes of images, are showing what these hundreds of brightly colorful eggs are going to experience. And as that kind of idea of seeing sort of this ghostly image of the lives to come of these eggs is sort of filling your mind with all this color, you can see out of the corners of your eyes, there are a bunch of sort of ghostly images of Formian workers and Formian soldiers and all different types of these ant creatures that are moving in and through and out of and around the area. This idea of being in kind of a heavily trafficked, heavily populated area, and all around you there are these ghostly images of things moving rapidly back and forth. And as you kind of look around, you can see the walls are solid. There doesn't seem to be any exit from this place, except when you look at some of the walls, you can see them sort of bend and extend away. Like looking at one of the walls causes the wall to sort of tunnel away from you, and seems like that portion that you focus on just grows further and further and further away. So I am going to ask you guys to go into initiative order because there's a lot of weirdness in here, and I want to make sure that I'm not skipping over people while I'm focusing on all the weirdness. So go ahead and roll initiative for me. The initiative doesn't really matter, just making sure that everyone has a chance to speak and I don't jump over people. Once everybody's on the tracker, well, you guys want to do or what you're thinking about in this room. So I always go in reverse order for these sorts of stuff. So by default, it is one of many, unless someone else has something that they would rather do. They have a good idea, they want to jump forward. So, one, what are you doing in this trippy room?
Um, I mean, I guess so. I connected with the hive mind before. Can I sense like minds? Like, would I be able to communicate with the eggs? Can I try that?
Sure.
Okay.
How would you like to go about doing that? Is that a
Um,
so the appropriate skill goes with a is this a light touch? Is this trying to force your way in? Is this a trying to draw the thing out? Are you just trying to look at at the edge of it and sort of peer into the depths and try to make sense of what's going on?
well, I mean, I know that this creature are like hive minds, and so I guess I'm just trying to find a way into the mind. Like, I'm assuming that I would be able to talk to the collective consciousness through an egg. So I'm trying to like feel around. Yep, never gone wrong before. Feel around for a mind with language.
I mean, that sounds like insight to me. But if you want it to be something else, you can try to justify something else.
Okay. Um, yeah, I think insight makes sense.
So, peering into one of the eggs, and I'm going to put the DCs on screen here so you guys can just see. Peering into one of the eggs, you get the sense of when you focus on an individual one, you're focusing on individual sets of memories. And while there are all these myriad of colors on each egg, when you focus hard on one, you can tell that it's very individualistic. And as you peer into the egg and you look at the swirling colors, you can see parts where the colors meet black and white, where they meet these moments of clear contrast, right? Where it goes from being maybe a bright orange little cloud, and then the edges of it turn white or turn black. And when you can look inside of it, you can see that each one of these is representing an individual, someone that has touched the creature's life in some way. And it's sort of looking at the collected experiences of different individuals. You can tell that if this was something that was represented in your mind, each of these eggs would have like a name or something associated with it, but you don't see anything written. There doesn't seem to be an impression of a name on these things. Although now that you're able to focus, you can see that they are all individualistic, but nothing that you would recognize as a way to identify the individuals, even though you can tell that in his mind they are all individual.
Mm. So we're like in a room with his friends.
Other members of the hive that he has met over his life.
Okay. Do any of them seem like stronger, clearer, like more important in any way?
So looking around, you can see they're all varying different sizes. Some of them are really small. They would be, you know, maybe as small or smaller than a football. Some of them are enormous. Some of them are the size of like a minivan. Um, and as you go around, you can see that the ones that are the sort of the bigger they are, the more impactful things you can see. The more different images you can see at any one given time. And you can tell that the ones that are bigger are ones that maybe the creature has had more impactful experiences with, maybe is closer to, or maybe just lived a lot longer alongside. But you feel like there's a piece here that's not quite letting you connect with how this creature views the world and views other creatures. I'm going to move on to Philly or to someone else that has an idea of what they want to do, and then we'll come back around.
Yep.
So to me, at least I feel this way, the explicit purpose of coming in here is to liberate, which means I feel there must be some sort of jailer of some kind. Would it be possible to extend my senses, if you will, and feel for some sort of looming presence?
So, yes, my question to you is going to be, well, one, that's by default going to be something like perception or insight. So if you don't want it to be that, explain why it's not that. But the second thing is going to be kind of where are you directing your attention? Where are you directing your focus? Are you focusing on, oh, I'm going to find a particular egg? Or are you focusing on one of the pieces of wall? Are you focusing on sort of the whole area and reaching out as far as you can go? How are you sort of directing your senses trying to find this jailer figure?
Um, you said this is a hatchery, yeah?
It's a big cavern.
Does a hat? Is there no other entity that might? Like, is there no? I'm thinking of like StarCraft. Is there no like uh
Is there a
motherly
thing
figure?
laying eggs nearby? No. There is a
uh,
sensation that that is a thing that exists, but it is not in here.
is there an egg that's larger than the others?
Yes, there is one egg that's noticeably larger than the other.
And
It's
then
the
I
one that's
will.
kind of closer to being a minivan size.
Yeah, that sounds like a battle map waiting to happen. Um, I'll focus on that one.
Okay. So you're kind of looking for the jailer, looking for something like that. Again, insight is by default unless you want to justify something else.
I love insight. My favorite.
So when you focus on this, you can see very quickly that there are all of these moments, these clashes. And as you're able to focus very heavily on it, you're looking for something controlling, something that's there. And what you can feel react from the mind is you doing that, the mind responds with you looking for conflict. And when you're looking into the side of this massive egg, you're seeing all of these images of fighting. And as you're focusing in, you can see many of the colors change and swirl into looking like the Formians, looking like ants. And you can see that there is this multicolored, sort of nebula like ant creature. And then there is one that is in stark white and black, this sort of monochromatic armor and weaponry, and you can see them constantly sparring with one another until they aren't sparring with one another. You can see that the black and white one is representing the Formian whose mind you're in, and the colorful one is representing the other. This one that has had an impact on his life. And as you sort of follow the images along, you see the coloration sort of mold out of the side of the egg. And you see the sort of multicolored image of the other Formian drawing the black and white image that's kind of staying within the egg, gesturing for it to go to one of the walls. And when you look and follow the way that the creature is gesturing towards the wall, you see this.
An Escher painting.
Sort of, yeah. The sensation that this is a path to follow, but it's insane. It goes on for forever, and there are all of these side paths and twisty, turny other areas. And you get this sensation that the two of them are being drawn into this. This is a strong memory. And one of the multicolored one, as it's gesturing towards the wall, you can sense that there's something not quite right about the multicolored one. There's a piece that you're missing of being able to understand the context, but you can tell that the Formian whose mind you're in is bothered by something the other one is doing. They're gesturing to each other. There's no verbal speech. You can't understand them in that way. They don't communicate like that. But as they're going and gesturing back and forth, you can tell that there's something coming, some sort of conflict. Griff, what are your thoughts?
Is that you're saying directionally, like from this direction or to that direction?
So the multicolored one stepped out of the egg and then it is gesturing for the black and white one, the image of the mind that you're in, to follow it down one of these twisting paths.
Mm. Okay.
But you can also tell that there is a lot more communication happening. Like your excellent insight check can tell you that there's a lot more communication happening that you're able to really understand right now because this creature doesn't communicate the same way that you guys do, and you're not really sure what you're missing yet.
Makes sense.
Griffle, you are next, unless Drock or Morin has something that they would like to jump in with.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. I've been trying to think of like how I can reasonably contribute. The best thing I've come up with so far, and you're probably gonna say no, but that's okay. Because we're in a dreamscape, it's kind of like the underground of of like the mind, right? It's like the underground of a brain. So like, I know you can use dungeoneering when you're underground to like find your way. Can I use dungeoneering to find our way through the underground of the brain of this Formian?
So two things. First of all, very much yes. This creature, everything around you feels like it's underground. Like this creature's mind is sort of built to mimic sort of like an ant hive, right? So it is very explicitly underground. Dungeoneering makes tons of sense. The other thing I would say is you feel like, yeah, using Dungeoneering to kind of find your way through this crazy cavernous Escher painting that's kind of going off in one way does seem like something you could do, but you know that you're going to have to sort of leave the hatchery to go down the tunnel, right? That would be something that the group has to decide to do. If you do want to do that, you can, but that is a group decision rather than a sort of an individual one, if that makes sense.
Well, is there realistically anywhere else to go?
Doesn't seem to be, but again, it's a question of do you want to do more stuff here or do you want to travel down the strange twisting hallway?
I can hold my turn to find our way down the strange twisting hallway if someone else has something they want to do in the hatchery.
Drocker Morin, do you have an idea of something that you would want to do?
Similar to that concept, but just looking, do any eggs stand out? Are there any, like, kind of using like something like Streetwise, are there any paths in here that are well traveled or anything like that? Because you said there are memories and stuff. Are there any that are seen more, used more, that kind of thing?
The one that Filibuster is interacting with right now seems to be the largest egg and the most sort of vibrant. And he's gotten to the point of the colors and the sort of multicolored Formian is standing outside of the egg now. So there is something going on with that. There are lots of other ones around the room, none of them that are as big as the one that Filibuster was interacting with. And going down through the hallways is going to be another element of like you can definitely go do that, but that's going to be sort of moving into the next area, if that makes sense. So if you want to use the Streetwise thing to get around going down the hallways, that will totally work. But we have to you need to get out of the hatchery scene first. Josh, do you have anything that you would want to do in the hatchery?
Not really that I can think of.
Okay.
I'm not
So
entirely sure that Morin has ever been in like a hatchery like this or has much experience with fey creatures too. Although I guess actually if we were assuming that these minds are all enslaved, would there be any kind of like instruments or anything that looked like the Fey Lab used to contain creatures of the wilds?
there's nothing that you can see around here, but that is a good thing to keep your eyes out for.
Okay. Well, then, whatever action I would do this turn, I would probably spend attempting to force myself to pay attention to signs of something to control fey creatures, given
Okay.
what I saw in the lab on the ship.
And this is very much a free form thing. There is no clock that you guys are working against. So while we are in initiative order, if you feel like, oh, I don't really have anything I want to do quite yet, don't feel like you're a detriment to the group by not going.
Mhm.
So before we move into the scene of going down the tunnel, one or filibuster, do either of you have something you would like to do more inside of the hatchery in this room?
Uh, no.
Yeah, I don't think so. But just to go back to what Moran was saying. So we know that the guy that contacted us was from the Turi. Were the Turi the ones who were working with the sanctuary and like doing experiments? I remember didn't we learn about like different experiments that were happening?
So Endeavor was working with Sanctuary,
Okay.
and Endeavor was working with the Turi. So sort of, kind of, Sanctuary was working with Turi, but it was more like a ally of an ally than
Okay.
direct work.
So, but like from what we remember, what we've learned about like the ship and the experiments, like this very much makes sense that these Formians are part of this research that's going on.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. So this could be like a newer thing even that they're like newly enslaved. And did the maze hallway only open up after Philly reached out and was like looking at the big egg, or was that already there?
It formed a little bit when you guys, if you look at it and focus on any one part of the wall, this sort of maze-like tunnel appears in front of you. But in the sort of, that's what you see when you look at it, but that's not kind of always there. Whereas this, when the multicolored one stepped out of the egg and was gesturing to the monochromatic one, the hallway is extending ahead of him, and it is kind of always there, even when you're not paying attention.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have anything else I would want to do in here.
Okay. So, filibuster, if you do not, then we'll go down and enter the next scene into the halls.
I'm good.
As you guys kind of see that hallway open up, you go into the halls. You see that very quickly an image kind of appears in front of you of something blocking off the hallway forward. And it sort of mind-bendingly glitches, right? Where it's almost looks like it's right in front of you, and then it's half a mile down the tunnel, and then it's 100 feet in front of the tunnel, and then it's kind of popping back, like it's constantly glitching in and out of reality in front of you. And you can tell that the two Formians are having some sort of disagreement. And then you can see that these the tunnel, as it's kind of collapsing in, the black and white Formian finally steps out of the egg and then looks down the tunnel, looks down the way that you guys are walking, and then turns on the multicolored one, draws a spear, and they begin to fight. So you guys are standing sort of just inside of the tunnel now, and you can see that the multicolored Formian and the monochromatic one are fighting, and you can tell that it's no longer sparring. This is no longer training. They're fighting for real. So the question becomes, do you want to interact with whatever that hell that thing is, or do you want to make your way down the hallway to find out where you need to go? And Griffle, it is your turn. I mean, anyone who has an idea can speak up, but ostensibly it's Griffle's turn.
Sorry, are we in the monochromatic one or the multicolor one or a different one? The
Uh,
dream of. The dream of.
the monochromatic one is the one whose mind you're in.
Okay.
The multicolored one is a representation of a friend or another Formian that impacted this one's life.
Oh my god, guys. The Ant-Man is gay. Alright. I would still like to do my dungeoneering check to find my way through this hallway.
I'm just putting these here as
Hello?
representation. Yeah, here. So
Mhm.
you're going down the hallway, not worrying about the fight behind you. Go ahead and give me an engineering.
Now that you've said that,
I'm not saying
part
it's
of me is
wrong.
like,
I'm just being clear that you can recognize you're having to turn away from an active, what looks kind of like a duel, in order to walk away, which is fine if that's what you want to do.
he's fighting a dude in his mind. Like, I don't know, team. Do we intervene or not?
I think we should. We're here
Isn't
to.
this a representation of the mental invasion?
Yeah.
If that's what the color guy is.
So my question is, if our Formian is bested and gets ejected from the dream, are we also ejected with it?
Oh. Can I? Because the Formian wasn't like visible before. Can I try to connect with the Formian, the monochromatic one, now, just using telepathy?
I would say that you can, and you reach out to try to connect with it, but it's kind of like it doesn't share a language. Or rather, that it has the capacity to speak telepathically, but it's not doing that right now. It's communicating in some other way that isn't verbal, it isn't telepathic, it's some other way of communicating.
Hmm.
And you can sort of sense from both of them this feeling of busyness, right? Of trying to talk to someone who's already talking, having a conversation.
Okay, so they're like talking to each other potentially while this is happening. Okay.
So it is still Griffle's turn. Griffle, do you want to head forward, or
Okay.
are you trying to
Can we
solve the?
physically?
Go ahead.
Is there anything stopping us from just walking over there and physically intervening? Or,
No.
okay. I guess I'd do that.
Okay. What are you trying? Are you just trying to get in between the two? Are you trying to stop the monochromatic one? Are you trying to stop the multicolored one? What are you doing to intervene?
Also, the monochromatic one is the one whose brain we're in right now, right?
Correct.
I guess I would go and try and stop the multicolored one if possible.
Okay. So are you attacking it or trying to like restrain it? How sort of aggressive, I guess, is the action?
Probably restrain. I would probably try and grapple.
Sounds like a athletics check to me.
My name is Griffle Grapple. It's a shame I lost training in that.
It will always come up when you've lost training.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Pretty
you
good.
go up, you start to grab onto it. As soon as you get close to the creature, you get into the creature's sort of aura, right? Not aura in the sort of game term version of aura, but more like you're close enough to it that a sense of self of this creature is starting to wash over you. When you grab hold of it to pull it back, there is this strange mixture of something, this scent that fills your nose that is so crazy complicated that it's hard to really pin down, but there is some layer of psionics tied into it where you can feel like when you grab hold of him, some part of his essence of the multicolored one's like essence is kind of going in through your nose, and you can feel this conflict of the multicolored one trying to help, trying to explain what needs to be done. This sense of this memory that the multicolored one is a friend, it's an ally, it's someone that wants to help. But this argument is sort of getting more and more out of hand. It's getting more and more aggressive, and the fight is getting more and more real as
Oh.
it builds. And this is what he remembers basically a throwdown, knockdown fight with what's probably this creature's old best friend. And you, when you're holding on to it, you can see as you pull him back, the monochromatic one stop for a second and then hold up its hand, which you see a big, long black spear in the hand. And then the monochromatic one looks down the hallway, and you can see it look down the hallway, and the hallway shrinks in front of it. And then the monochromatic one nods and strikes forward, with you holding on to the colored one, striking a black spear through the heart of the multicolored.
Oh no! I fucked up.
So after the spear gets struck in, the spear disappears, and you can see the monochromatic one sort of kind of collapse. He doesn't do the same motion that a humanoid would, where they would maybe like fall down on their knees and weep. Instead, you see this weird sort of rippling psionic aura around the creature as he sort of falls down on his abdomen, and his whole body sort of slumps. Drock or Morin, you two have not acted yet in the scene. You can go unless someone else has something they would like to do.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Is he? Wait, hang on, Chris. Is he dead? Dead? Like, can I?
The
Can I heal
multicolored
him?
one is dead, but there's also, I mean, it's a memory, right? It's a memory of someone who was killed. There is certain amounts of stuff still there. The weird mix of psionic smells that you have are still possibly decipherable, but the multicolored one is, for all intents and purposes, dead.
Oh, I fucked up. I'm sorry.
But this is a memory.
Yeah.
Drocker and Morin.
Yeah, the problem is I have really terrible like insight.
Well, insight is not the default skill for everything. And also, you don't necessarily have to do skill first, right? What would Morin do? He just saw a memory of what seems to be a dude kill his own best friend.
Yeah, see, what I wanted to do is try to figure out like what that friend represented for the dreamer,
Yeah?
uh, and why it might have started fighting. Like, what was the context of killing one's best friend?
You can. Yeah. That doesn't necessarily have to be insight. How would Morin try to go about this? He's seeing sort of the aftermath of this scene. Would he try to get information from the one that's sort of doing the Formian equivalent of laying down and crying? Would he try to sort of speak to the dying one or try to decipher what's going on with the dying one? How would Morin go about trying to deal with that situation?
Um, is there some kind of like I don't know, I'm going back to like the Inception thing, like trying to make sense of the weirdness of a dream and picking up context clues that way.
Yeah.
So might that be Arcana? Because I'm trying to
Um
use the ritual to make sense
yeah.
of the floating blocks of the dreamscape.
Okay. Yeah, I can sort of see something like that. Yeah.
Let's see.
So with a 19, you can tell that using like twisting the magic around to try to understand things only works so far, and being able to use it to sort of filter context you already have to understand, like to get better understanding of what's going on, is much easier than trying to use it to decipher something you don't understand. So you can tell from trying to manipulate the dream that between the two of them, there's some sort of way that they're interacting that the spell is having a really hard time translating to you by default, and you think you have to figure that out first if you want to really understand what's happening here. So it's sort of like you're watching the end part of a movie, the climactic moment of a movie, but you don't speak the language that anyone else is speaking. They're having these, monologues or dramatic dialogues, but you don't speak even a related language to what's being talked about. So the context of what's being said is completely missing. Drop, do you have anything? And again, there's no forcing of it. If you don't have something you want to do, you can pass to others if you want.
No, I don't know yet.
Okay. So it would be back to one of many. And I will say that this whole session is going to be weird like this. So as much as you can, brace yourself.
So, I mean, I understand that they're using pheromones to talk, but I don't
Does
like
one understand that?
well, I don't know. Are there bugs in this world? Is there science? Like,
There are bugs and there are science. Pheromones would be a difficult one.
yeah.
Maybe, especially after Griffle gets that weird mix of sense,
Mhm.
maybe there is that understanding of, oh, there is this other thing I don't get. One of many
Mhm.
might not know, oh, this is pheromones and exactly how they work, but that there is other forms of communication.
Yeah, I mean, like, right. So even if she doesn't understand that, though, like me as a player, like I'm looking at the things that I have. Like I have things that translate written language or, you know, telepathy, but I don't think I really have any inroads to like a chemical communication, and I don't think that one would have any inroads to that. So,
Well, I would say, as someone who knows a bunch of languages, at a certain point, you just sort of have to immerse yourself in it and figure it out.
mhm,
And from what Griffel said, that she could smell certain things, you might
mhm.
just need to dunk your head in and see what it smells like.
Yeah, I mean,
I would like to contribute
Go ahead.
because, like, the very first thing that I said when I made the character of Gripple was I want to do this kind of um pre-science scientist, like this naturalist, sort of Darwin-esque, like I want to go to unknown lands and study the creatures and the stuff and learn about different places.
cool.
So while I might not necessarily know that it is pheromones or that it's like scent based, I think it's reasonable to say that like Griffle has like a decent amount of knowledge around like there are lots of different ways that different animals communicate,
Mhm.
and scent is definitely one of them.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that if Griffle relays that to one, then,
And I will
one's
say
will
that
say,
unless Kylie is specifically against this, that is a very relevant part of Griffel's backstory. I'd like to kind of give Griffel the scene for a second and say, all right, well, what would Griffel do with this? You're holding the person and you can smell these scents. What would Griffel do to sort of be the naturalist here?
um, I think that I might try like an approach to like make. Wait, we're not interacting with one right now, right? It's not alive. It died, and then the other one went left, right?
No, they're still both there. So basically,
Oh,
there's the multicolored one and then the monochromatic one. The monochromatic one does a killing blow. The multicolored one is sort of fading away, dying. And then
okay.
the monochromatic one laid down and is crying, basically.
I think that like I would try to mimic sense back to them however I could. So like if I had like anything on me that I could like create smells with.
I can conjure anything from the player's handbook list of basic stuff, if that would be helpful.
Okay. So like what am I smelling, Gary?
So the smell. Well, I guess the first question is which one are you trying to sort of smell? Are you smelling the multicolored one that's dying, or are you smelling the
The
monochromatic one?
multicolored one. Yeah, definitely the multicolored one.
So there is this really powerful sweet smell, kind of like putting your face in honey, and that kind of edge of something burnt, right? Smelling something being caramelized, and this sense of wrongness of things kind of slowly coming into it. And you can sense as you're sort of drawing into it that while Griffle, while she was awake, probably wouldn't get a lot of meaning out of this, you're getting it translated through this creature's mind. And so this sense that it's getting is betrayal, something that the multicolored one thought it was doing the right thing. And then something that was its friend betrayed it and it doesn't understand. It's dying. And while it's dying, it doesn't understand what it did wrong.
Okay. God, guys, I don't know. Can we can we
I-
create what one can your thing create just like foodstuffs?
I think
Yeah,
so.
one quick thing I'll say, which I meant to say at the end of that, was you can tell that that's what's coming. That's the smells coming off of the multicolored one right now. But as you do, you can smell, you can sort of sense that there is this sort of cloud between the two. There is the remnants of that argument, of that conversation that they were happening, that's still in the air between the two figures.
Mhm.
Sorry, go ahead. So yes, you can create food stuffs.
Okay, so it's a bit silly, but I would want to see if we could get any more out of him by maybe trying to create the sweetness scent without the burning, like without the caramelization. So like if one were to like conjure honey. So I'm doing my bad words today. And then we I don't know, waft the scent of that towards it. Like I would be curious to know if there was any reaction for that. If it would feel like comforting or
Towards which one is the question? Towards the dying one?
multicolored one.
Okay. Is that what one would like to do? Because you would have to help with this process.
Yeah, I would assist her.
You can
However,
suggest it. Like I'm just kind of grasping at straws here, so you can suggest something else if you've got something in mind.
I really don't know. I mean, I guess I was thinking I would try to use telepathy in combination with maybe sense.
Yep.
So you said, Gary, that the honey smell was like betrayal, or was the burning was betrayal?
So the change of the honey into burning, that was the scent representation of betrayal. The honey was something sweet and good, and then
Mhm.
it burning was turning something sweet and good into something bad.
Gotcha. And are there any other, like, smells that we can code? Like, I'm trying to work out, like, a basic can I get, like, a few more nouns, basically?
I will say that basically there's three sort of blocks of scent that are currently in the scene. One of which is around the dying multicolored one. There's the cloud of scents that that Griffle knows is there but doesn't know what's in it. That's between the two, and then there is the scents that are around the monochromatic one. So you know that there are three sources of scents, and the one that you have, which is the burning sugar, right? The
Mm.
betrayal, something sweet turning into something terrible. That's the only one of the three that you guys have explored at them.
So I think, I mean, I would assist Griffle in making any smells that she wanted, but I would also be trying to decode, like, further.
Okay. So which one would you go close to the multi? Like, if you move your token on the map, that also helps me a little bit. So where Griffle is, she's next to the multicolored one that's dying. And then if you want to be between the two, be between the two. And if you want to be near the monochromatic, just move next to the monochromatic.
I guess I would go to the monochromatic.
So when you go close to it, you can sense there is this sort of sharp psychic pain or in this little aura around that shaking of the creature where it is a memory of something that was deeply painful, but there is still this scent of sweetness. There is a sense of like smelling of fruit. There is a complex sweetness here. It isn't just sugar, it's something deeper, something that leads to something else, right? It's not just a sweet scent that'll give you a quick, oh, that was tasty, like something that is a sweet, full meal, but it's being cut apart by this tone of sadness and betrayal of the from the monochromatics one's color. It made the right choice, but it feels bad about making the choice.
Mm.
Right.
Okay.
If you have checks and stuff you want to do, let me know. But I want to make sure that Filibuster and Morin have chances to interact as well. So
Yeah.
Phil, what are you doing? Well, you see one of many is going up there to try to decipher.
Typing wildly in the chat. uh, is the one who killed still present?
Yes.
The one who performed the killing?
Do you guys see the tokens on the map?
I can.
Yes.
Yes. When they are not there, I will delete their token.
Okay.
What I
Black
probably
and
can
white.
do.
Black, white, like a vampire killing his undominated friend. What is that?
So this is I'm gonna change the color of the thing a little bit, but trying to show a good representation of the scent. So you have the red aura around the one that's dying, the blue aura around the one that's monochromatic, and then that sort of purple area is the overlap, that other the remnants of the conversation that they were having.
Give me 2 seconds.
I'm trying to find a better way to visually represent this weird dream inception sequence.
We do know that these are fey creatures, right? My boon from the 6th session or whatever is called Boon of the Trapped Mind, which I feel like is very topical. And it's called, the specific one I chose was honey, and using that word seemed very prescient. Is that the word? I don't know. Would it be possible for me to approach the black and white? Ooh. Would it? Well, I don't know. Maybe you're gonna make me pick. Well, actually, here's a good question, Gary. Would it be possible for me to gift that boon to the dying one? If
You
not,
very
then
much
I'll-
get the impression that this is a memory. This is something that has already played out.
So there is not like direct interaction in that way.
Well, the dying one isn't really here. Like, it's a
Oh,
memory.
the black and white one is the one experiencing the memory.
Yeah, the black and white one's the only one that's actually here. Like the room, the eggs, the hallway, the multicolored one that's dying. All of it is just this. Is just the black and white one. It's just the
Okay.
Formian whose mind you're in.
Can I almost like? Can I offer? Like, can I expend my boon for the day and sort of like offer it, if that's like the same way it was offered to me?
Sure. Are you going up and approaching it? Because
Sure.
if you're going to approach one of the ones, just move your token over so I can
Okay,
keep
here.
track of where people are. Do you offer it over?
I would like to try.
So you go, you summon up the honey into your hand, and you can see that while the sort of images on the eggs are colored, the eggs themselves are monochromatic. The walls, the floor, the tunnels, everything, this representation is all grayscale. When you form the little thing of honey in your hand, it is brilliant green and gold. Like it is a noticeably different thing. And holding on to it, you get the impression that this is something that is sort of alien to this mind, right? This is something that is being brought in here that's not part of the representation like everything else is. And when you offer it out to it, you get this strange sort of mix of sense of when the creature stops sort of focusing on its own misery. When in the monochromatic one looks at you and looks at your hand, and you see that it's kind of shaking its head like it's not understanding, and then you get this mixture of psionic and pheromones, this mixture of smell and psionic pressure, where it says, that isn't who she is. Not yet. That isn't a power of the one that was.
Uh, I'm not really sure what to say.
Have we heard the one that was before as a title or term?
That's the grandmother, right?
His grandmother.
Well,
What did you just try to do that it said it's not a power of the one that was?
I tried to. So I have a boon from like way before you or Morin or Drock joined that basically gives me a revive, but it's based in the Court of Summer from someone I don't think we've identified properly.
No, I think we know it's mother.
Oh, then should I say it is from the one
That is.
that is.
So the creature shakes his head and says, you get this again, that sense of purpose, the sense of understanding as it's standing up, and says, not yet. I don't deserve to serve, but I definitely don't deserve that yet. It tried to confuse me. You see it look over towards the dying other Formian and make the wrong choice. But I would make the right choice. She isn't that yet. The sun on my queen has only but yet started to rise. You see the kind of black and white one form itself up, look at the thing in your hand, and you get this sense of like purpose, of like renewed focus from the monochromatic one. And then it starts to walk down the hallway.
So when we last session talked to this creature before we ended up having to fight it, didn't we use Triptychos's power? And it was like we were like trying to communicate with it like we're friends of Clotho.
I had tried to use the power, but because they don't use vision like
Sight.
we expected, then it didn't have any effect.
But I remember there was something with like I was talking to it telepathically and it was like showing different suns.
It showed a little light source, a big light source, and then a massive light source. And it sort of gestured to the smallest light source and said, "Is that what you mean?" And then its mind was crushed.
Yeah. But I thought we did say, yeah, that's what we mean, and it was like excited by that. Or
Yeah.
no?
Correct.
Okay. So then but you just said it said this isn't a power of the one who was.
This is a power of the one who was, but she is not that yet. My queen's sun has yet but risen.
Okay. So this guy is a Clotho guy. I'm interpreting that as. Okay. So I'm
So it
thinking
won't take the gift of mother because it is bound to
Clotho.
Clotho.
So then I feel like, yeah, if we could like give it a Clotho power, that could invigorate it, but only Drock has that, and only through Triptychos, which we can't use here.
Maybe.
Like, can Drock become a summer night in here? Like invoke the.
I think he has already used his daily invocation of summer.
I
Oh,
have.
okay. Do you have any Clotho related stuff left?
I'm just reading.
Do not, other than the weapon, I do not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
So I used the daily power.
Mhm.
What's the one? Well, the other one just lets her see through my eyes, but that would be communication, which we can't do.
Well, the one that lets you see through her eyes is part of the daily power.
Okay.
It's one of the things, like when you invoke Summer, you'll bring her presence into you, and then before that ends, you can let her see through your eyes once. So you've already used the thing that allows you to do the she can see through your eyes power. So yeah, so the very bottom part, once before the form ends, that part is the thing you're thinking of.
Yeah, and that. Sorry, and this is just me being. So those are basically the same. Those are tied together.
Those are different things. You used the invocation of Summer previously, right? You already did your.
Did
No,
he?
just the weapon brightness one.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So yeah, you would still be able to do the invocation of Summer in here if you have not used it yet.
Yeah. Okay. And that can be done in here.
Yes, it's one of your powers. It's not a part of your weapon.
Oh, then yeah, I would totally try that out then if we think it's beneficial.
I think it could. I mean, seems like connecting with Clotho could be good.
Is that what you want to do, Drock?
Yeah, let's do it.
So Drock's body transforms, changes into that sort of green gold knight. And when you kind of pull that power in, everyone else can see around Drock that same sensation of alienness, right? That this is something that's coming from outside. It's not part of the construct of the mind that you're in. And so it's drawing the attention of the mind, and it is sort of has like a a very highlighted aura. So the idea of, if you can think of like those of you guys have seen Schindler's List, when you have the person who's in red when everything else is in black and white, that's kind of what this looks like. Only it's green and gold instead of red, and you get this sensation of uh when you're sort of looking through this mantle of power, even without drawing Clotho into you to use that one ability to see through illusions, you can see that through the mantle's power, through the sort of invocation of Summer, you see that the monochromatic one is standing there, and as it's walking down the tunnel, in its lower arms you see it holding a couple of things. The lowest of the arms has its sort of fingers crossed together, and in the kind of cupped in its lower hands, there is what looks to be a bunch of dry tinder, the beginnings of something like a fire. And then you see the upper arms are holding flint and steel and are shooting sparks down to light this fire. And as it's walking down the tunnel, you see the sparks catch, and this little burning flame as he's holding in his lower hands as he's stepping and walking down the tunnel. So, first question is going to be: is there anything that Drock wants to do with that? And the second question is going to be the monochromatic one is actively walking away from the multicolored one. So if you wanted to do something with either the multicolored one before it completely fades away, or with the cloud between the two, you would need to do that now because it's just walking away from you.
Yeah, and I'm not 100% sure what I want to do. In my mind, my thought is the multicolored one is basically the thought of, free will and stuff, right? It's foreign. This guy's always kind of, under orders and blah, blah, blah. So bringing the multicolored one back, trying to keep that thought going is one idea I had, but I don't really know what to do with that or if that even makes sense. Thoughts, team?
Drax has a thing that he's doing. So Filibuster, what are you doing as he's trying to figure out what to do with this mantle of power he just invoked? Actually, Filibuster basically just had a turn to trigger this, so
Yeah.
gonna pull it out. So Morin and then Griffle.
So we've invoked Clotho and are trying to communicate the idea of free will to this creature.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't have something you want to do or want to delay, and also see if Griffle has something that she would like to do.
Okay. I really can't think of anything to do here.
No worries. Griffle?
Okay, so just trying to get an understanding. This purple area is where the scents are overlapping, right?
Correct.
And that's where they had the fight.
Yes.
And what did this fight smell like again?
You haven't stepped into it. No one stepped into the fight yet, so you don't know what it is.
Oh, I thought we had. Okay. Yeah, let me go check that out.
So standing between the two, you get a wash of scents on your back from the multicolored one, and then a wash of scents from the front from the monochromatic one. And the smells and thoughts and memories sort of all mix together. And you hear the voice of the multicolored one saying, "Your queen is weak. We must serve the strong. There is a better choice. She would never go to our queen, the strong queen, would never go to mortals. There is nothing worth it in the mortal world." And then the monochromatic one answers back, "She is my queen. She is right, true. I will serve her. If she believes the mortals have worth, then they have worth. You must trust." And you have this back and forth, this mingling of sweetness, where both of them are kind of pushing through their convictions, but you can tell they're loyal to different queens. And eventually, the multicolored one sets the boundary. You will serve the greater queen. We will all serve a greater queen. That is what makes her greater. And then you get this strange hollow scent from from this monochromatic one, as he says in a memory, as he says now, kind of talking to his memory. "If only I could show you back then what I know now, what my queen would become." And then it switches back to the memory voice of the monochromatic one, which says, "You are wrong. You cannot get me to betray her." And then you get this sensation of a choice, choosing between two things, between a friend, a close ally, someone you've known for a long time, and serving the queen. The choice is made. The friend dies. The queen is served.
Damn, Gary, all I did was sniff some air.
Are the queens both like capital Q queens?
Yes.
And presumably they're both the different queens of summer. Why would they be in opposition though?
Yeah.
Which one? So the multicolored one was the one who said she would, my queen would never go to mortals for help.
Correct.
Okay. So I think the monochromatic one might be serving Clotho because, like, she stuck around with us for a bunch. And we don't know, unless there's like some prior event that we don't know about where one of the other queens, like mother or grandmother, like went to mortals for help. Do we
Is
get a
there-
sense for how long ago this event took place? Like, is
Mm,
it a distant memory?
that is an excellent thing that would be tied to a check if you'd want to try to figure it out.
Yes, please. How strong are the scents?
History and nature would be the
I will take a nature check, yeah. Absolutely.
so. Hang on, notes.
Medium DC.
Yeah, but this is some knowledge checks have specific thresholds that are different from the.
Okay.
Okay, so with the nature, you can get two things. One, this memory is ancient. It is very, very, very old. Something
Ooh.
that either this thing thinks about time differently than you do, or this memory is thousands of years old. The other thing that you
Okay.
get is that it's also fresh. Like, this happened a very long time ago, but he still thinks about it pretty frequently. So the memory is old, but constantly being renewed.
Hmm.
So a thought that I had is, I mean, do we know for certain that these are queens of summer? They could just be because these are like ants. So they have a
No,
queen.
we don't know. Yeah.
Like these could be two different hives or something, you know? I mean, I think since Drak has summer invoked, it makes sense to bring Clotho into the mix because she can maybe talk to this thing, communicate with it. Sometimes she has a little conversation with us.
Is
We
that what you want?
can't, for Dream Concordance, we can't talk to her.
We
Since
can't?
he's invoked her, he can basically include her in the ritual and bring her into the mind. But it's a question of what he's going to try to do with that and how he wants to go about it. Because the invoke summer is not a power of his weapon; it is a power that's connected to Drak.
Oh, right.
And these guys have basically reacted to different summer powers. The boon had some reaction, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Clotho, when we were talking the real world, definitely had a reaction. They had a reaction to bringing her up.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, can I just ask Clotho if she can join us and help us free this guy and you know, kind of like a rebirth, which is something she always likes to do?
So when you try to pull on Clotho, right, come and get her to manifest, you get this heat, this pressure behind your eyes for a second, where you can feel sort of her kind of touch, the feeling you get when you do the once before the form ends, using her to kind of look through your eyes through illusions, and then your whole body starts to feel warm, and you hear a voice that doesn't sound very much like Clotho, but does sound a whole lot like someone else that you know. And she goes, "So, like, really sure if I go in there, it's going to fuck everything up. I think Crazy Fire Lady says something like a little bit of lava inside of the brain is probably bad." This is all just to Durak. You can hear what you recognize as Salumane's voice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the impression that she gives you in the mental image she gives you is literally someone sort of unscrewing the top of your head and pouring in a cup of lava.
I'll kind of say back. Is there any way we can bring not you, but a small portion of your power in to show that you are powerful in your current state?
So, like, I think that's kind of what you're already doing, but also maybe that's another lesson that crazy, scary, young but old lady is going to teach me some point. Uh, sorry, Knight. I don't really know how a lot of this works still.
If I let her see through my eyes, because I know you talked about some of the stuff he was holding, right? But if I let her see through my eyes, is there anything additional that we can see?
I'm not sure. But if you do that, it's going to be the one time you're going to use it. And I'll let you know that you get the sensation that you're pretty certain you can keep this Invocation of Summer going until you use another polymorph. So you're going to be in this form until you turn it off, more or less.
Unless I do something like that, okay.
Now, you can use the have her look through your eyes thing once, but then you can't use that one again.
Mhm.
And that doesn't turn off the form to use that power, just you can only use it once.
Okay, I'll hold off though.
So I'll go back to you, Morin, if you have something that you've thought of. If not, no worries. Then we'll see if anyone else has something they want to do.
No.
Okay. So I kind of gone through and checked in with everybody. I'm going to check in last with Filibuster, and then the creature's going to walk down the hallway unless you guys stop him or stop me. So, Philly, do you want to do anything before the monochromatic one walks down the hall?
I don't think there's anything else to do. Unless he clearly ignored me, so well, kind of.
He didn't ignore you. He just said, not yet.
Onward.
So I'm going to continue moving until someone stops me because they have something they want to do. The monochromatic one starts walking down the hallway, and after about 20 steps down the hallway, the sort of body, the cohesion of the monochromatic one starts to fall apart, starts to fade. It's not like it's being destroyed, more like the idea of him as himself is sort of drifting away. The further he's getting away from the memory, the less he's remembering kind of who and what he was in the moment. And it's now just sort of walking through the passageways of his mind. In front of you, you can smell a bunch of different smells that are leading you down the tunnel, and there's a bunch of other scents that are around. Basically, think of almost any scent that you can imagine, and some of those smells are here, leading down through tunnels, going up and down through passages. But the main pathway you're on has two sort of warring scents on it: a very sweet smell, something sugary like honey, and then another smell that is metallic and rotten, something that's not quite right, something
Oh,
that's
we love
painful.
those.
As you guys are walking down the hall, you can sense ahead of you a change. And the pathways that are leading left, right, up, down, that are going in sort of every direction, you sense them all curling backwards, like None of them are the path forward. Everything is being funneled into one place. And ahead of you, you can see the path change, and there is elaborate stonework surrounding two doors. One door is bright and has this strange membrane around it. It has the sensation of uh, sort of order and sort of everything in its place. Sharp lines and sharp angles. The writing and etching around the side is in the way of dreams, clearly there, but not really readable. And next to it, down the same pathway, and a thing that looks like it's going to lead to the same place, sort of like a set of double doors just set apart from each other, is a second door. The second door, however, is completely circular and has these chaotic lines all across it. There is a sense of disorder with the second door, and that strange sensation that you've been following, that mixture of two scents, as you get in front of the two doors, it splits. The sickly sweet smell, the sort of overwhelming smell of something that is kind of like caramel or like smelling a donut shop on the inside, goes to the brightly colored, very harshly lined door to the left, and the more metallic, rotten smell, the smell of something that's just off. Not something that's inherently wrong, but something that is starting to turn towards being bad. That leads up to the circular door, seemingly made out of black metal and strange curving lines. I don't have a reason for
Inside of you are two doors.
two doors fight each other.
Which one will you feed?
Does it smell kind of like Quicksilver?
Doesn't smell like Quicksilver. It smells like iron.
Iron.
And looking at the
Is
door,
that
it looks like it's old.
equally bad or what?
Are Quicksilver and Cold Iron two different things?
They are two different things, but they are both problematic.
Okay. Does it smell like Cold Iron?
It doesn't smell like cold iron. It smells like rust. It smells like oxidation. It smells like something's been left out to the elements. So, which door would you approach, or which door would you attempt to investigate? Morin, you've not done. No, I'm not trying to push you on it, but I know I want to give you the opportunity to do stuff first, since you've not done a lot in the previous scenes. Is there something that you would want to jump out to do here, or
Do these do these look like languages, like runes written on the doors?
you get the impression that they are supposed to be languages, but kind of in the nature of dreams, none of it is legible. They're two different scripts, one of which is very harsh, like angular script, and the other one is like flowing script. Sort of think of like Norse runes on the left door, and on the right door, like Arabic, like flowing cursive.
Mhm. For a second, it almost looked like the star map on the right.
Mm.
Do either of them look like I would associate one with Vampiric or with the Wilds?
Uh, Warren, do you not have skills on your token?
Do have skills.
Do you not have skills?
I think he puts them on the bottom left, right? Not on the bar.
If you click
No,
on more, and I have a thing called skill check.
Saving
Although
throw second
it's once again disappeared. I used it for my Arcana just a second ago, and now it's gone
Bow
again.
staff skills, hunting skills. Chicks dig guys with skills.
Check. Shows token action.
Aha. There we go. Cool. I was like, am I blind?
Well, I mean, it was on there earlier, but this happened last week with some of my like powers and stuff were no longer on my token for some reason.
Gotcha. So Nothing has a feel of being sort of explicitly Feywild that you can tell, or explicitly of the wilds. Both of the doors, they look sort of like representations of two drastically different things, but neither one of them feels out of place, I guess is the way to say it. Both of them feel like they belong here. The way that they're set into the wall and the way that their sort of area around them looks, they look uh natural's not quite the right word, but you know what I mean. They don't look out of place.
Hmm. And I'm supposed to interpret this as this is inside the Formian's head
Yes.
as a representation of his mind.
Hmm.
Well, I tried sniffing, I tried reading. I'm out of options.
Okay. Well, if you think of something, let me know. One of many, you are up unless someone else wants to go.
So we followed the Formian down the hall and we came to these two doors. Maybe I missed it. Is the Formian still standing here or like sort of faded away?
He's faded away as you guys are walking.
Okay. Um, do I recognize either of these languages?
Again, they are not actual languages. They're just sort
They're
of
just okay.
impressions of languages.
Okay.
He's a bug. He can't read.
Oh. Do I get any like psionic energy coming from either?
So there is sort of a psychic pressure that you can feel in the area that doesn't take any sort of check to recognize, that makes both of these doors feel kind of like a plug almost. Like there is a pressure where you are that's kind of pushing towards these doors, but opening one of the doors would release the pressure and allow everything to flow through. But nothing is specifically coming from the doors yet. Although if you went and investigated one or the other, you might be able to get more information.
Um, am I able to conjure sharp prey in here?
You've not tried, but you can try and see what happens.
I would like to try.
So you go, bloop, and the companion appears next to you.
Okay. Um, can I consult with?
Sure. Again, it doesn't. Sharp Prey typically doesn't talk, but can give you some impressions of things.
Yeah. What's its take on what's happening right now?
You get the sensation of this door doesn't exist for me. Like these doors don't exist for me. I only have one door.
Oh,
Wait, from whose perspective?
Sharp Prey.
sharp prey.
Oh,
My shaman
which door?
companion.
So
I
basically, what it's saying is whatever's being represented here, it doesn't know how to help you with it because, from its perspective, it would never have this problem. In its mind, there would only be one door.
huh.
There's only one door for but which door? Is
I
it
think it
specifying a door?
no, I think it's saying like if we were in my brain, there would only be one door. And I don't think it's saying one of these. I think everybody has their own doors.
How many doors do you have?
Yeah, does it know how many doors
You
we have?
Have you ever asked yourself that? How many doors are inside of me right now?
So it basically says lots, but it doesn't really understand this.
Hmm.
Which door looks more well used?
Hmm. The one on the left, well, neither one of them show signs of like, oh, there's a bunch of traffic coming to either one. The one on the left looks more clean and well maintained. It doesn't have any signs of wear or tear, doesn't have any signs of like corrosion or rust. The one on the right does have signs of like corrosion and rust and things like that.
I vote for the path less traveled.
I
Are we
agree.
specifically picking a door?
If we want to go forward.
We have to choose.
So the less used one would be the one on the right, yes.
That's
Or I should
my
say the road
assumption.
less traveled.
Yeah.
So it sounds like Drock is voting for right door. Gripple, you're also voting for right door?
Morin is voting
Yep.
for right door.
Sure, let's do it.
You only
So-
get one vote there, one of many.
This is Rusty.
That's sharp prey.
This is the Rusty door, Gary.
This is the rusty
Smell-
door, correct.
smell-wise.
Rusty door.
Hmm. Okay. Let's go.
So you guys step up to the door, and as you get close to the door, as you go to touch it, and it's very easy to understand. Like there's no doorknobs or like levers or anything like that. You're pretty certain if you just touch the door, it'll swing open. When you go up to the door, you get this strange mix of memories, these scenes, these things that the creature has done. And you get the sensation of there being lots of people pressed around you. And from its perspective, the things that are being pressed around you are strangely small, very squishy things. And you can sort of get that it means like humans or humanoids that are pressed around it. And then as you press the thing open, you see it swing open. You get this incredible stench of rot and blood coming from the door. And you see in the darkness behind the door this um, shadow that's sort of dripping with blood and pieces of like it looks like an ant, looks like the one of the Formians, but it's got like dried and caked blood all over it and this sort of black ichor on top of it as it comes to step out, and this shuddering of the world around you announces the presence of this creature, and this sense of everything around you is pressing in, it's pushing you, it's confusing you, and the creature goes to lash out. Now, in this instance, in the mind's eye, you don't need to fight this thing, but you would need to resist it in some form or fashion. How resisting in here is going to take place is you are going to need to spend a certain number of healing surges depending on your checks, depending on what triggers the event. So, this thing, as it's been triggered, it's going to come out and try to fight you and try to push you away from the door. Who wants to be the one that is taking the brunt of the assault? And then the second question would be, what are you doing to try to push this thing back as it's coming after you and you sense the mind around you is shutting the door, right? You open the door, this strange bloodied thing lashes out at you, and then you can feel the mind closing the door back.
I can take the lead, and I think just want to kind of brute force push my way through, kind of like pushing a memory and pushing through like trauma, right?
Sure. So would this be like endurance?
Sure.
Look me up an endurance check. So that is 2 healing surges gone. So it comes through, you hold the line, you hold the front, the things kind of reach out and claw at you and tear at you, and you feel this draining of energy. It's not as direct as something that's doing like actual, quote unquote hit point damage to you, but you can feel some of your essence being pulled out, and then the heavy door slams shut again, and you're standing back before the doors again.
Wait, so we failed? Even with the
The door opens, things press in on you from all sides. This monster comes out of the door, and then you get the sensation of the door being pushed back closed. So something lashed out at you and then was sealed back away.
Mm.
So it feels like that's probably where we need to go, right?
I mean, yeah, I was figuring we were trying to push our way through, not push
Yeah.
it back in.
I will say that you get the impression that when you open the thing, there was like an alcove, but no way forward. Like it wasn't a hallway like you've seen before.
Oh.
It was like a small room that just had this creature in it.
It's a broom closet.
So then should we check out the other door?
Are you sure this is not like just like the shadow looming over the dude?
Mm. Like if we open the door and it attacks us again, what would we do differently?
I don't know. Maybe it's two
I could
rooms representing
teleport
two
into the room.
emotions. Like what's like
Can I prepare a bull rush attack to get into the space and then
like to me it's all sort of metaphorical. Like this door represents this creature's guilt and the other door represents his purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And he's strongly like trying to lock in his guilt and not sort of confront it. They, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel.
So do you want to open the door and try something else? Do you want to try to examine something? Are you going through the other door? What does the group want to do? What's the group want to try to do, or what do any of the individuals want to try to do to move forward? That was I don't know, it wasn't really everyone's turn because everyone kind of went together, but
I would like to, using the same sort of line of thinking, like walking into this door, holding on to that idea of guilt, which we've confronted this past 2 sessions ago, even though I wasn't there. Specifically, I was not there because I felt guilt. I think using that, let's say I learned a lesson. holding on to that idea of, I can't hide these things away. I just have to move forward with my life.
Mm-hmm.
Holding on to that idea, like open the door.
so when you go forward and you have this sort of idea that you have of guilt, there is this, everyone else can sense it, and to a certain degree you can as well. There is this sort of heavy earthen scent, like fresh turned earth, that comes from you. And you guys can feel that that is the creature's sort of representation of guilt. That's the smell version of guilt, is this sort of freshly turned ground. And as you go forward, you can feel that that is reacting really weirdly with the sense around this door, that you are expressing guilt. You are expressing this feeling of, I've learned, I've been able to confront my guilt, I've been able to overcome it. And then the sort of pheromones, the smells, and the reaction from the door is not finding any way to communicate. It's not finding a way to mix with it. Like you are showing this, and the smells from the door and the sense of the door doesn't understand what you're trying to do. As in, you feel guilt, you're showing guilt, and the door and the smells around you, they don't feel guilty at all.
Well, I was not trying to necessarily harbor guilt, but the lessons learned from it. If that
It makes sense.
is alternate,
I'm with you.
Okay,
The door reacts like you're doing something that doesn't make sense to it.
sure.
Do you want to go ahead and open the door?
Yeah.
Cool. So since this is an individual thing, I'm going to have you be the one to resist the thing. So you open the door, there's the alcove, there's the creature that's falling apart, this representation of like a destroyed, deformed Formian that is going to come and lash out at you. You can choose how you would like to try to resist it.
Oh, here. Can I say some dumb shit? Is that allowed?
You can do whatever you
Can
want. There
can
is
I
there is a skill check associated with how many healing surges you lose, though.
can I not try to resist it?
You can, but it is going to fuck you up if you do that.
Okay. Um. Wow, this is very pertinent, actually. Where's the? I always forget the name of this ability. Guidance of the past. Can I use guidance of the past on this roll?
I don't remember if it's skill checks,
That's-
but if it is, yeah. I always feel like guidance is only attack rolls, but it might be skill checks.
Guidance of the past. Attack roll, skill check, or ability check.
Sure. And yes, you can.
I only use it for attacks, but today we're using it for spells. And then how about history? I mean, insight's obvious, but like I don't feel like insight applies as much here. History in the terms of like learning from the past.
Sure.
Okay, and then I also have to push the button. Guidance of the past. That's not what it's called. Yes, it is. 2. Wait a second.
And the second roll gets you 2
Um,
or
Wait, is Lucky Dice also only attacks?
the auspicious birth is only attacks. That I know already.
Oh, I said history. Okay. That's a crit.
Natural 20. So you do not lose the healing surge. When the creature comes out and it strikes down into you and you're getting the sensation of learning from the past, this weird mix of very old feeling smells and stuff washes over you. And as this sort of broken bodied thing lashes down at you, you can sense that from the mind of the creature, this was a path not taken. And this sense of pressing around you, of crushing in from all sides, when the sort of broken body of the sort of undead Formian falls apart trying to attack you, and the door stays slightly open this time. When it falls apart and falls down, you get this sensation of that's why she was right. The queen commanded me not to go on my own, to stay, to protect, to be one with the mortals, to help the others. If I had gone, they would have crushed me, and my queen would have suffered. So this time the door stays open, and you can see this sort of uh, alcove that almost looks like a flesh wound on the other side of the door.
Yeah, let's go in.
Okay.
This worked out great.
All right, you're standing in the alcove. What would you like to do?
The alcove looks like a flesh wound, you said.
Yeah, it's kind of like you open the door, and inside of it, instead of being a hallway or something like that, recessed about 10 feet in, it stops, and it doesn't look like stone like a lot of the other places that you've been, or like worked earth. The interior of this looks like you're walking into like a open wound, right? That if you think of like,
It doesn't go further though.
no, it only goes about 10 feet in.
Can I what's that shit called? Healer's Mercy, which is specifically my channel divinity.
Yep. So you can use it. Doesn't seem to do anything. There aren't. This does look like a wound, but it is not a creature. Griffle, what are you doing?
That doesn't help.
I'm confused.
It's a crazy Inception dream sequence session, so
It should be confusing. Yeah, I'm aware.
it's gonna be confusing, but I will help in any way I can to make it less confusing.
Okay. So this is the guilt about not going. So he was like, the queen was like, the line that you said, the line that you gave about like, if I hadn't gone, I think I was confused about the tense there.
Gotcha. So this is the thing says, if I hadn't listened, what I wanted to do was to strike behind enemy lines to do what I wanted to do. If I had done that, I would have died. I would have lost and then
Right.
not served my queen. I didn't do that.
So he obeyed, but he felt guilty about obeying.
He didn't feel guilty about it, no.
Oh, well then, but this is a little closet that like this is a memory that he doesn't go to very often, right?
Yeah, but it does look like it's still somehow formative for him. The guilt stuff was all
Okay.
from Filibuster. Filibuster's like, I'm going to do this thing of learning from guilt, and the door in the mind was like, I don't feel any guilt about this. This was just a decision that I made.
Okay, so this is kind of like this is like a key formative decision about like so he's recognizing that like serving his queen is like the ultimate end, and then that potentially led him to the conclusion that betraying a friend to serve his queen is because if he hadn't served his queen in this instance, he would have died. So he's kind of going like, serving my queen is everything, right?
Seems to be.
Okay. I just
So
wish we knew who this queen was.
I'm working on the theory that his queen is like his hive queen,
Mm-hmm.
and she got like, taken over by the Turi. And so maybe like some of the people in his hive, like his friend, defected, but he didn't. And now he's mind controlled through his queen or through the Turi. It's my guess. I don't know.
So what do you want to do?
So the door's open, right? Like we can.
The door's open, but the passageway beyond this door goes about 10 feet and stops.
Okay.
It is a dead end.
Is this like I wonder what? I don't know. Are these doors representing the choices? Like this door represents the choice where he would have gone to strike behind enemy lines, and then the tunnel's cut off. I'm theorizing, obviously. The tunnel's cut off because he would have died. So maybe the other way is the choice where he didn't go. If we go down the other door, we might get some more information. I want to know who these mortals are too. And you said the choice, like the memory from his friend, was ancient.
Yes.
And this choice came after or before that?
Seems to be after.
After. Okay. Do we know how long Formians live for?
No idea.
Okay. I can't. Can I pull the naturalist card again and like make an
We do know
educated
that.
guess about how long they might live for?
We do know that they have a pseudo hive mind, so it could not be one Formian's memory.
I would say that your naturalist stuff, just make that for you. Your naturalist stuff would tell you that in things like that have colonies, how long things live in the colonies are drastically different. So like the sort of the lowest caste of things tend to have very short lifespans, but the sort of like the queen bee or the queen ant or whatever tends to have insanely long lifespan compared to the drones. So
Mhm.
it sort of depends where on the scale this guy stands, where that would kind of determine how long he lives, but you're also not really sure what the upper and lower end of the scale is. So His lifespan is
so we got-
probably, at least in the middle, because he was notably stronger than the drones and stuff that you guys fought.
Okay.
And the DM will give us a minor hand tip to say that continuing forward, you may get more information to have context there.
Yeah,
Or more
okay. I
context.
think I'm just gonna say like I don't think we can learn anything more from here. I want to go this way, but I won't go alone. I will wait until people are ready to move on.
So I'm gonna leave this to the group. If you guys have something else you want to do at the door, stay at the door and let me know what you want to do. Otherwise, Griffel's wanting to go to the other door. So
The creature that was here, is it now just gone or?
it's destroyed.
Okay.
It basically fell apart trying to kill Filibuster. It collapsed.
Why kill Phil?
Because Phil was the one that opened the door. So Drock, is there something else you wanted to do at the round door?
No, I'm good.
Filibuster?
There's nothing to do with this wound.
Not
Can
that
I
you can
touch
see.
the wound?
It looks like a wound, but it doesn't look like it's bleeding or anything. Like this is old scar tissue.
Touching it doesn't make me feel any type of way.
No.
Okay. I don't have anything else then.
So I'm using sort of the tokens as a way of being able to see if you're ready to move on. If you're ready to move on, go over to the other door. If you're not, then what do you want to do with this door?
Yeah.
So you guys walk
No.
over to the other door. As you get close to it, you get this another smell, but the sweet smell that you guys had been following is very strong here at the door. And when the door opens up, it's kind of like the retracting of a membrane and gives you the sensation like whatever here was like crystals that sort of pulled back. And as you go to walk through the door, there is this pushing to the side where kind of like the other one where you felt this press of bodies like crushing you from all directions. But this one doesn't feel like this. This one feels like a bunch of people are coming up to around the side of your waist and then like throwing their arm around you and giving you a hug and holding you in close. You see little images of this cramped space, but the cramped space also looks like it has like big vaulted ceilings. Like where the memory is that's associated with this is a place that's not built for something the size of the Formians. It's built for smaller creatures, but it is a big open hall. And you see these little hairy, heavily armored things going around, passing around tankards of stuff and cheering and laughing and calling out to you and cheering you on, toasting you, and giving you drinks. You can tell that the mind doesn't really recognize too much what they are, but you guys have enough context to recognize what dwarves look like. This apparently was in a dwarven hall. And this sense of satisfaction and purpose as the membrane retracts and you walk through the door and find yourself again in one of those sort of Escher like hallways. Anything in particular you guys want to do?
There's nothing visible, no other like memories or anything in this hallway. It's just a random hallway.
It again looks like this. As you go away from where the two doors are, the passageways that go up, down, left, right, that go in every direction open back up again, and you just see this path going forward. And again, there are the two scents. There is that sickly sweet smell, that smell of like sugar, and then there is like overwhelming sugar, and then you have the other sort of like metallic rot scent that are mingled together as you walk down the hallway.
What do we know about dwarves?
Uh, they're pretty rare as a species, like as a race. They're pretty rare, and they're very withdrawn from the world. So they tend to be very insular, and they tend to not react well with others. Like dwarves don't even typically like to trade with outsiders unless it's required.
Do we have an idea of where a Formian might run into a dwarf?
Underground somewhere? You don't think that there's not a lot of stories and things about dwarves being in the wilds, whereas to your understanding, the Formians are creatures of the wild,
Hmm.
but also you're not sure. But where that sort of celebration scene seemed to be happening seemed to be in like a dwarven hall, like a dwarven city. So
Yeah. Do we recognize anything that could like give us a location or a faction or a date in the hall?
no, but it did feel very old.
Okay.
You guys continue down the hall. After about another 10 minutes or so of walking, you feel that same sensation of tightness. The walls around you twist and change. You see the tunnels that are leading and off in every direction start to kind of curve back on themselves, and you feel another choice coming. Ahead of you is another set of those doors, and they look basically the same as the two you entered through. A circular door that has that when you're following along the path with the two scents together, they split right before the door, and that scent of metallic rot goes to the circular door, and then the scent of sickly sweet goes to the uh, the left door, to the harsh lines door, the hexagonal door. Is what I was trying to say, which should be hexagonal, but I couldn't get it to make a hexagonal door, so it's octagonal on the map. What do you guys want to do? You're at another set of doors.
I mean, what's our goal at this point?
Same as
I
it always
think-
been.
I think we want to,
Find the rat.
yeah, find the bad guy and kill him.
So what do you want to do? Seems like you're sort of walking through the memories of this creature, and it's now at another set of doors, other set of decisions.
It's the same smells though.
Same smells. The doors look basically the same. The very sweet smell goes to the door on the left, and the metallic rot smell goes to the door on the right. What do you do?
I personally would like to approach the same door as before, but I'm not. I'm gonna let the boys speak up too.
I mean, I had the same thought. Keep opening all the doors and see what happens. Because I don't really know. Like, I know what our goal is, but I don't really know, like, the steps to accomplish our goal. So I'm just like, open all the doors, see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, at
I
some
don't think-
point, the memories stop. If he is under duress mentally, at some point, the memories stop being their own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think it makes sense to skip a door.
Okay, so which are you attempting to open first? Is question one, and then question two: who is attempting to open the door?
I mean, based
Does-
on the last branch, I would assume the red one is going to be the dead end. So I would think we start there.
Do we get the exact same vibe from the black door, Gary?
Yes. You can tell it's different. It is a different door, but the sensations are very similar. You're not walking in a circle, but it
Mhm.
does seem like the same sort of choice.
I think Morin should put himself in danger.
Sure. What vibe am I getting from the door?
It smells of metallic rot and something that is slightly off or wrong. That's the vibe you get from the door. If you want to go up
I
and
mean,
investigate, tell me how
yeah,
you're
that
trying to investigate.
basically describes Morin, I think. So, uh, let's walk up to the door. And the last time it was like a sense of duty, being satisfied with duty.
That was the satisfaction came when you went through the other door. But yes, going through the one on the left gave you that sense of okay, I did the right thing.
Like we did the right thing or the Formian did the right thing?
Yes.
Okay. So I
So
walk it through the door.
okay, you just walk up and open door.
Yep.
Okay, so you walk up, you open the door, and as you go to push open the door, as soon as the door cracks slightly, you see black tentacles, tendrils ripping their way out of the door, trying to break the door and pull it open. And this huge fanged mouth covered in eyes pulls itself out of the door to try to snap at your face.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to do to resist? Or do you want to not resist and see what happens?
No, I would resist. Um. Hmm. Man, I'm trying to think back. You know what? I would attempt to strike a threatening pose, and I would shout at it, brandishing my spear, which I do have, right?
Yeah, it looks like your spear, but you can tell that there's no whispers telling you to murder everybody coming from the spear.
But can I make it crackle with I say not crackle, rumble with thunder?
Sure.
Okay. Um and as it rumbles, I'm going to make my voice magnified and yell, I bring with me the one who has stabbed you in the eye before, and he will do so again.
Sounds good. Give me an intimidate. So the thing comes through snapping and snapping. It is going to take a healing surge from you, but you can very quickly sort of fight it back and push it back in as the door rumbles and slams closed. With your successful check, you're going to kind of learn a little bit about how these doors work and how the sort of expenditure of will is working in the mind. So effectively, if it is a door that is kind of opening and then shutting again immediately, it needs a total of 5 successes against it to open like the last one did. A easy DC counts as 1, moderate counts as 2, and a hard DC counts as 3. So you have 3 successes against this door if you want to kind of brute force your way through it. But you're also aware that if you open the door, it is going to strike out again.
Okay.
So that's what everybody sees. Would anyone else do anything once Morin kind of opens the door and then gets snapped at?
I mean, I guess it's the same thing, right? We're trying to brute force our way into all of these things, so um yeah. I guess I would go and open the door and again try and just endurance brute force my way in and see if we can get past.
Okay. Move your token back onto the door for me, please, and then make the check. Excuse me.
Oh boy, guys.
He's back.
That is That is only one success, and that is 3 healing surges, please. As the creature snaps and bites and claws and tears at you.
That's the Drock I know, bro.
All right, so Morin and Drock have both done this. I will let you guys are now aware from Morin's success and from experience with the door. Any amount of success on the door, so you just need an easy DC, will clear the threat at this door, will exhaust the sort of mental power at this door, and you could enter. But also, it has the downside of potentially draining some surges.
I will step forward and back up Morin's threat. Not with a religion check.
How dare you, sir?
Can I do that?
Yeah. I mean, he's like, I have this holy thing that came and struck you down before. And then you show up with said holy thing saying, hello, holy thing will strike you down. Seems you're setting them up and knocking them down. Makes sense.
I also have 2 healing surges, so I'm gonna use the thing again.
Guidance. Okay.
That's the one. Glad I used
Roll
that.
an
19.
So yeah, 19 is an easy DC. So it does break the thing on the door. The door does stay open this time. But that is 2 healing surges and then 1 healing surge worth of damage.
Wait, that's a 3?
Yes, only succeeding on easy is 3.
Man, I should have taken some of drugs.
I'm burning through mine like wildfire here.
So the door opens up. You can see on the inside something very different from the last room. The last room kind of had that old scar tissue look to it. This one looks like you step out and you're standing on a little platform, and around you is stars and space. There is this sort of incredible vastness that is completely disconnected with the rest of the stuff that you've seen. And there are these glowing, multicolored stars that are making this rough constellation above you. And yeah, there is this when you walk in the room, it is very cold. And you can see all of these multicolored stars around in the sky above. The room also lacks any form of like scent or that sense of pheromones you guys have been following around. It ends when you walk in the room. So, Drockmore Philly. So next is going to be one of any. What are you doing? Griffle being on deck.
Yeah, so like now that the room is defeated, we just don't really get any additional information. Like,
You can go in and kind of investigate things, but you see basically what looks to be a balcony into space.
hmm I mean, do the constellations look familiar?
It doesn't look familiar, and it also doesn't give you the sensation that you're like on Sulba'an looking at the sky. This is
hmm
too crystal clear. This is like you're in space looking around.
And like, if I look at the balcony, I mean, like, do I feel like I'm on a ship from Tari or?
The balcony below you does look like it's made of just old metal. It looks like an old starship of some kind.
But
But you
nothing
just
I
have one little
recognize.
space. Yeah, you just have one little
Yeah.
spot to look at. It reminds you of the way the city looks in Tantarus. Like the way that Tantarus looks, that's what the
Mhm.
balcony looks like.
Okay. So this might be like a modern memory or a more
Maybe.
recent memory. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I would just be ready to go through the next door, I guess.
Okay. Griffle?
So about 10 minutes ago, like just before one's turn, I had like a dog incident that I had to get up for, and couldn't do a BRB. Can you do me a quick like what's happened in this round aside from what one's just done?
Sure. So there was a door. Opening the door, tentacle horror comes out, snaps and bites at people. The group brute forces their way through. Opening the door, there is a sort of metallic balcony that looks like the same sort of architecture that you guys see in Tantarus, like heavy industrial metal. And then there is this space, like it's just open sky that is clearer than the clearest night on Sulban. So you kind of recognize you're not in an atmosphere. And there's just stars. And it's very incongruous with the rest of the mine that you've been in.
Oh. And we're on this balcony.
Mhm.
Are we feeling the effects of like atmospheric stuff like gravity and like are we currently breathing?
Yes, but you also kind of get the idea that you don't necessarily need to breathe in here if you don't want to. This isn't a
Do I
natural place
have
for someone-
24 hours of breathable air?
Yes. But there isn't a sensation like where you are is like the balcony itself gives you the sensation of someplace that's hospitable, I guess. So, like you're not worried about
Mhm.
breathable air, but you very much get the sensation that away from the balcony, stepping out into the space doesn't have that sensation. Has that sensation of like stepping into the void.
Okay. Um, I look at the others and I shrug and I'm like, well, I ain't gonna learn anything else wise. And I like step out onto the void.
So you step out into the void, and this weird sort of sensation like you stepped into jello happens. And there is this sort of floating sensation, but it's like you're in very thin jello. And as you sort of float away from the platform for a second, you see that most of the stars in the sky go away and most of the constellations go dark. And what remains are only a few stars in the sky. And of those stars, one of them is burning bright and harsh at you. And you get this sensation of having what feels like thoughts and whispers and commands kind of pressing at you, like seeping into you from every direction. And the longer that sensation happens as you're sort of floating kind of just off the platform near where the group is, the brighter and brighter and brighter this brilliant, glowing red star becomes. And this light that is shining down on you like a kind of like Sauron's eye pointing in your direction. You guys see Griffle sort of floating a little bit off into space. Not far enough that you feel like you could basically reach out and grab her, but she is very slowly floating away from the platform.
Does it feel menacing? Like, do I get that? So there's like whispers, but does it feel like what's the feeling that I get?
The eye that is on you, that baleful light, feels like it hates you and commands you. You must listen to what it says, but also it
Um,
hates you. And the whispers coming from all sides, it's like in 1,000 different languages, then you don't know any of them. They just seem like madness.
Star Shadows, guys. I'm thinking Star Shadows.
I don't
Hello?
disagree.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Does this room remind me of the spooky room in Prosperity?
Yes.
Mm.
And it's the same sort
Mm.
of balcony, although the one in Prosperity was made of stone. So, Griffle, when you have that moment of, I'm thinking star shadows, and you look around, while the one red star is sort of in the most prominence and is the most noticeable, you can see around you there are 10 other stars, 10 other points of light.
Oh, I knew it. There's 11 of them, I think, right?
Yep, so there's 11. So is anyone gonna pull Griffle out of the goop before she floats off into space?
Yes, please do.
Sure, I'll grab her.
Okay, you pull her out.
Okay.
What to next?
I guess we go
You-
onward.
To the next door.
Go to the next door.
Sounds like it.
I don't really know what we're learning, but sure.
Wait, you guys are learning?
No, that's the problem.
You make your way to the other door, and this one doesn't open as quickly and cleanly as the last one of these doors did. It does open as you approach, and the membrane kind of retracts back, but there is a sensation of something around it that's confusing. And then as you walk through the door, it's like having cold water washed over top of you, something that feels cleansing, and you hear this powerful voice say, "You did as you were commanded. You've done well, my child. I'm sorry to put you through that, but I must know the mind of the enemy." You get this sense of being welcomed back, of returning, of coming back to do what you must do. But there's a sense of dread as well, as something behind you is confusing. Like pieces of your mind are blanked off, memories that are lost, things that you don't understand has happened. The door opens and you find yourself back in the hallway.
Um, I think one of many is I. Here's my theory, ladies and gentlemen. I think that the what's the name of the creature, Gary?
Formian?
The Formian is not under mind control per se, but he's serving his. He never really stopped serving his queen, and his queen has been co-opted,
Mm-hmm. I think that's
and
true.
and his queen is also the queen of like grandmother.
Oh.
So, as you guys leave the doors, getting past, you get this sensation of feeling someplace that feels newer. The tunnels still look all the same, but somehow everything looks a little cleaner, a little fresher. Like where you were before was kind of in the vault, a deep memory. This place, it still looks very much the same, but everything here looks cleaner, looks more like fresh construction. And as you look ahead of you, you can see dozens of doors. The path in front of you has dozens or maybe hundreds of sets of doors, of decision points, choices between circle and hexagon, choices between the left door and the right door, paths that are sweet, paths that are rotten. There are dozens of them ahead of you.
I have a couple questions. One. So when we just heard that voice, did it sound familiar at all?
It didn't sound familiar to you, but it sounded
Mhm.
familiar to the host mind. And you
Okay.
can tell he recognizes that as his queen.
Right. Okay. And then was she like speaking in pheromones? Like did it have that same feeling? Like
Yes.
okay.
It was a mixture of psionics and pheromones.
Okay. And then when are we like would we have any sense, any reason to believe that we're like seeing this creature's skin?
Don't know.
Because like when Sharp Prey said like I have only one door and now this guy has hundreds of doors. If I tried to ask um Sharp Prey, like if I tried to communicate a skein, do I think that that conversation could be fruitful at all?
If you guys have been around the concept enough that you probably can translate that into something that Sharp Prey can understand, and then Sharp Prey would basically just say that's a mortal thing. That is a thing
Mm,
of doors, not of me.
okay. All right.
But
There's no
Formians are
judgment
mortal.
with that. It's more like I just don't have a point of reference to help you.
Yeah.
But
Gotcha.
Formians are mortal. I also
Are
have the same.
are they? I guess they
Why,
are.
why would they not be?
I don't know.
So, what would the group's sort of reaction be to seeing dozens of doors ahead of you? I'll say that you can recognize after the second door that brute forcing every door, opening everything is going to take you weeks, months. Like you're going to have to cast this ritual dozens of times in order to brute force every door. And you're going to have to go and rest and recover between them because
Mhm.
going through and opening every door, the ones that the mind wants to remain shut, is taking energy. And you guys do not have limitless energy.
Mhm.
What?
Well, I was thinking with all the doors present now, it might be a good time to use Clotho's sight and see if she can kind of guide us. I just don't know what we would even ask to be guided toward.
Damn, he's good.
Mhm.
We made it. Uh, you could ask her like, just ask her if any of the doors stand out there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Should we ask her if any of them feel like the presence of grandmother or like the presence of any of the queens?
I think
Well,
that's a dangerous question.
I mean, I think we're trying to track down the Turi guy, right?
Yeah.
I guess, do we have a sense that these doors are things that like did happen and did not happen?
From the
Or
two that you've sort of
yeah.
done stuff with so far, that seems to be the case.
So the red door is like the thing that they could have done but didn't do, and the green thing is the thing they did do.
So far, yeah. And
Mhm.
the green door and the two that you've gone through and the one that is coming up as you guys are walking along, it still has that sweet smell, the smell of something right. And
Mhm.
then the circular door, the black metal door still has that metallic rot, the smell of something wrong.
Yeah. So I feel like in this giant room, we would be wanting to seek out the strongest smelling doors.
That's true.
And to be clear, this isn't a giant room where there's like, hundreds of doors around the wall. This is you get an image of looking down the hallway and you can see door after door after door after door, just hundreds or at least dozens of sets of the doors in front of you, times where your path is going to stop as you walk forward, and you're going to have to choose one door or the other and then keep walking, and then choose one door or the other and keep walking. The thing that you've just done twice, it looks like it's going to be repeated dozens more times.
But we've only ever been able to move forward through the green door, so then yeah, maybe we need to just go green the whole way.
But
Is that
which
what you wanna
green
do?
door? Because there's multiple green doors at this point.
Well, no,
No.
that's what he just said. They're in sequence.
Yes.
It's pairs in sequence. So we just, every time we would come to a pair, we just not bother with the red door and go green.
I want to know how many doors Gary's made. How
Quite a
many
few.
red doors are there?
I told you
Well-
this session is prep intensive, so quite a few.
Okay. I do think it's worth using Clotho's thingy.
Yeah, but it's not like a giant room, you know?
I think the question is, I think everyone agrees using Clotho's site is a good idea. I think that the question is, you only get one use. Where?
Oh, we
do you
can't
use it?
see.
What are
all
we
of the
gonna
doors?
ask? Yeah.
We're at a new set of 2 doors.
We can't see further doors though, Gary. Or we're
You can
just
see
saying-
that there are going to be more down the way, but when you get to a set of doors, you can't see past them.
Oh, okay. Cool. Let's go then.
So one said she was suggesting always picking the green door. Is that the plan? Is to just always pick green?
Are we learning anything from the red doors?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but whether we're learning anything that helps us do what we're trying to do right now. So, I mean, we learned that this creature was commanded by its queen to do like a special mission, and its friend was like, don't do that. And the creature did follow its queen's orders. And then when it came back from service, it was like basically mind blanked or something. So it can't remember what it even did. And it feels
You
a little
recognize
And
enough.
then it was I needed to know the mind of the enemy,
Mm-hmm.
meaning like it's probably gone to do like it's
You
probably
recognize-
been touched by the adversary, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize enough psionics and psionic type things to recognize that the queen must have done something to him that
Mhm.
like blocked off his memories, like blanked that part of his mind.
Right.
But you don't get the sensation that the creature thought that was a bad thing.
Yeah. Because it just trusts its queen implicitly.
Well, also he was probably traumatized and quite happy to get rid of the memories of that.
Yeah, maybe. I gotta step away one more second. I'll be right back.
So the question that we're trying to decide on is like, what do we ask Clotho to look for to help guide us to the right place that we need to be, right?
And the other thing is that one of many said that what she would like to do is try green door every time and see what happens. And if you're not going to do that, then other option. What would the other option?
I mean, we've been able to get to
What
the
was
green
the-
doors without spending healing surges, right?
Yeah.
No. Oh, the green. Yeah. Sorry. Yes.
Right. So it's essentially like she's suggesting just take the path of least resistance.
Mm-hmm. Well, that, and we also can go further when we open a green door. We can't go any further when we open a red door.
Right.
So yeah, I mean that makes sense to me. But I mean,
Yeah.
maybe we come to a red door that's glowing like the green door is, and we have to go through that one.
Maybe we see how far we get by just going through green doors, and then if we get stuck, we can then call on Clotho.
Yeah.
Because we can only do it the one time, right?
Correct. One instance of using the power that lets Clotho see through your eyes and give you information.
I think if we have currently, like, we have an indication of a way forward, then we should try all of our options before we go to Clotho, because once we've done it, that's it, you know?
Yep.
So, sounds like we're taking green. As you go forward, you go through these successions of doors, and every time you get to the choice, you can sense the smell of one door is sweet, one door is rot, and switching to kind of always following the sweetness gives you this sensation of comfort, of kind of getting into like a groove, into the habit of and the routine of always doing the same thing, of always making the same choices. And one of the things that it also does is it sort of blurs a lot of the doors together. You still get instances at each door where there is something that happens, but they are these moments that are sometimes happy, sometimes sad, sometimes difficult, but they're always these moments of giving the commonality of I obeyed and it was good. I did what I was told and things worked out. And you did not use Clotho yet. No. The decision was basically to go as if we can keep going on all green, go as far as you can go, and then if you get stuck, use Clotho.
Cool. Thanks.
So after making it through about 30 doors, you come across a door that feels very weird and very fresh, like it's recently made. And when you come to that door, the sort of default feel, like almost to the point of as you're walking, the doors come to meet you at a certain point, right? Where you are walking down a path, but it's almost like the door is opening up and going around you as you're moving forward. Sort of like going through what's it called? What are they called? Not escalators, but the walk paths in like airports that are
Whatever like this.
People mover.
yeah, I don't know why my brain's not working, but what those called. But
Moving
it's like you're
the
going through one of
sidewalks.
those and doors are opening, right? So the speed at which you're moving is amplified because you keep making the same choice. And when you pass through this door, there is this weird sense of familiarity, of being commanded, you must destroy these things. The your death and the death of the others that are around you is worthwhile. This sensation of, oh, this is the right thing to do. But you guys as players, you guys as characters can recognize that this is the choice that the Formian made to attack you. Like the one that just happened. This is that choice. And when you pass through, there is this confusion, there is this sense of not understanding, and then you step out into the hatchery. And this sense of cyclical motion of the creature not understanding and looking back around, and then you see the corpse of the slain Formian, the multicolored one that came out of the egg, and this sense of loss and confusion as the mind sort of strains at the idea that it seems like it's going in circles, but also every time it had a choice, it felt like it made the right choice, but it's still stuck. It's still in this cycle of pain, and it doesn't understand why.
Can we look at
Oh, man.
the red door associated with when it chose to attack us?
You could walk all the way back through, yes, but you're back in the hatchery now.
Oh, okay.
And you look
So we
behind
can't
you.
turn
and-
around.
Yeah. You look behind you and it's not there. You have gone through and you can see, up until you got to this last door, you could always go back. But when you go through the last door, it's kind of like you re-emerge in the hatchery. And there isn't really a back because it's like you're at the beginning again.
Gotcha.
So did the voice slash smell of the queen feel any different to the first time that we encountered it?
No. And again, the thing that you get from here is it seems like it's done all of the right things, but things are not working, and it doesn't really get why.
Do we get a sense of like what would look like working for it? Like what's the source of the pain?
That it's back at the beginning, that it's not understanding. And you get that moment where it doesn't really understand why it's making the choices that it's making anymore. It's making them by routine. It's choosing to obey or not obey. And it's gotten so used to choosing obey every time that it didn't really critically think about the choice for a long time. And just like you guys did, at a certain point, it was easier to follow the path of least resistance. It was easier to obey because it seemed to be the right answer every time. And that's what the creature did every time. But now it's at a point of doubt, of confusion. There has to be something wrong. There has to be something that's off because it feels pain, it feels wrongness. It has that sensation when it stepped through the last door and when you look behind you of the two smells being still mixed. It's not sweet and rot anymore. They're intermingled. They're the same thing. It's just choosing to obey because that's always what it's had to do.
So
Did it
we are
feel this pain when it made that first decision to kill its friend?
It's feeling that pain now and it's sort of echoing down the hallway. That pain of did I make the right choice? But
Right.
now it's looking down the
Okay.
hall, looking at all of its prior decisions and saying, "I think I did everything right, but I can't have because I feel doubt."
so because we are inside of this creature's mind, would we be able to like locate the blank that the queen placed, like the blockage for its memories?
Maybe.
Um, I would like to try to do that.
I would say from your understanding of how these things work, because again, you're one of many has some stuff with dealing with comatose people,
Hmm.
in the backstory. I would say that you're pretty certain that second set of doors is gonna be the most likely start point to find the blocked off memories.
Okay. I would recommend we head back there, but I'm open to other ideas too.
Can we try to convince it it's following the wrong queen?
I don't think we're at that point yet. I think it would just be like, no, I must have done everything right. I'll go with one. I think we need to find out what it did.
That was the room I initially thought we should use Clotho's power in, figure out what those suns actually are, the 11. I know you were thinking star shadows, but that might be a good candidate for Clotho's power.
So you guys can head back out of the hatchery through the first set of doors, picking green easily. The red doors are still sort of sitting slightly open. They've not recovered, for lack of better terms. So you can still go into them, and you can go into that balcony, that the balcony with the stars and the jello. You're back there. What do you do?
Is everyone good using Clotho's power here?
Um, I think before we do that, I would maybe want to just like use Arcana to see if I can kind of sense anything, before we pull out the big guns, I guess.
Okay, give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
Uh, I might need a minute 'cause this isn't on the Um, so with the 30 Arcana, you can sense the edge of some sort of arcane effect. There is some magical effect that's on him, that is basically blocking off this room that basically Griffle felt more or less when she just went into the jello. That
Mhm.
gelatinous whatever is the edges, sort of the membrane surrounding some sort of very powerful psionic ritual. The
Okay.
Arcana check that you made would let you know that it would be an Arcana check to overcome whatever is here, but it's going to, one, be very difficult to do from inside of the mind, more or less because you have to follow its own rules. So
Mhm.
the DC is going to be higher inside of the mind. And then the second thing you'll get is you don't feel like you were even close to breaking the DC. So
Mm.
you can tell that you're at a disadvantage from the way that you're doing it, but even knowing you're at a like even knowing that you're like, I am not even close. So even if I wasn't at a disadvantage, it would still be fairly difficult to do.
Okay. And so Clotho would let us see through illusions. Do I feel like, based on my arcane reading of the situation, that like this is like a veil that Clotho would be able to look through, or would that be like futile?
You do not think it is a veil. You think this is the edge of a binding.
Okay.
So it's not an illusion. It is like something that's been bound away. It's just bound away inside of his mind instead of like in an object or in a ritual circle or something.
Okay. So not a Clotho thing.
Correct. So what to now?
Or to the place that feels funny, I guess. That feels like the bad juju.
So kind of keep going down the green doors, but pay a little bit more attention as you're going along and try to find something.
Yeah, I want to try to sense like what the feeling that I felt in the group as we go through the green doors.
I will say previously I had sort of said, hey, let's hold off on that engineering check for a moment. Understanding the minute differences in underground passages while you're trying to find something that doesn't fit is an amazing use of engineering. Now is the time to make that check.
Now is the time to do it. Yeah. All right, big
Could
money.
I like attempt to assist
Aw.
this, giving my expertise, not my expertise, but my experience with like the Quicksilver and the labs?
I mean, one, yes, you can assist if you'd like. Although Griffle made like a oh sound at succeeding at hard DC, so I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Let's just
I'm not
say
sure
that
what
I
he's
did
mad about.
assist, and that's what made the difference.
Um, so working your way through, paying attention to things, looking for things as you're going along, pretty far down the tunnel, maybe halfway down the tunnel, at about the point that you were just very used to the idea of, okay, we're at another door, take a left, door left. Has it been sort of almost like muscle memory of all right, let's pick this. Okay, it's working every time. Let's keep going. You come to a spot where the doors look the same at a glance, but you can tell that one of them has something on it. The patterns of sort of random cursive writing aren't random on one of the doors. So like 20 doors in, you get to a door that has a bunch of the random cursive writing on it, but has other stuff on it that doesn't look random, that looks out of place now that you have, you know, 25 other doors as examples to compare it to. So now you're at
Okay.
and the green door, the door on the left, does look the same. It looks the same. It feels the same. It still has that the line of sweetness goes straight through it. It from the perspective of the creature, you could tell it sees the green door as still the correct choice. But here, the
Okay.
incorrect choice is different.
What is the choice that was made?
So, how do you want to go about doing it? Do you want to go up to the green door and have that sort of at the threshold, figuring out what it is the green door, or is this go to the red door and figure it out from the red door side?
The
Uh-oh.
choice that it actually made.
That was robot-y, but I think you said you want to go to the choice it actually made, which is the green door, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you go up to the green door, you stand kind of at that threshold, you pause rather than just kind of like letting yourself go through again. That you stop that routine for a moment and forcibly sit and think, okay, what is actually happening here? And you get the voice of the queen, and she says, you must protect this one with your life and with the lives of all those around you. And then that sensation of, okay, that's what I'm supposed to do, and step through the door.
Do we
Okay.
have any sense of who she was referring to?
No.
Okay. Do we have any sense of how old this was?
It feels um it's not part of the very, very old section. It's part of the newer section, but it's not like the brand new door you went through. So this is in the middle, in the past, but not in the distant past.
Gotcha.
So the choice was, and the choice that it thinks it did the correct thing is the queen told it, you must protect this one with your life and with the lives of all those around you.
Mhm.
Okay. So we don't know who this one is.
No, at least the green door doesn't give you any indication.
Okay. Let's go, guys. Red door time.
Mhm.
Let's do it.
All right. Are you trying to do anything at the red door, or is it let's open the door and see what happens? And if it's let's open the door and see what happens, who is the one opening the door now that you know how these things work?
I feel like I can open it. I don't have a ton of surges, but I've got good health.
Well, I still got a bunch of surges, so I can start the process and roll.
Do you wanna
one
open-
and, you know.
Yeah,
Pull
do you wanna be the sacrificial lamb drop?
Yeah, for sure. Why not?
So you open the door, that sense of pressure, that building thing comes, and that like, oh, I'm gonna have to resist whatever comes out of here. And as the door creaks open, there is this echoing sound of something echoing in a long hallway. And you get this sense of dread, of terror, of wrongness. And one second. Sorry, I need to sneeze. And there is an image that looks and feels like one of those things locked behind the door, one of those apparitions of a choice not taken. And you get this sensation of it coming and washing through you, and then it just passes through you harmlessly. Nothing happens. You get that sensation that something wrong is here and something should have hurt you, but nothing happens. And before you is a long, dark tunnel.
Oh shit. So wait, is we indicating that like it actually took a choice here that but then its memory was wiped to say that it didn't take that choice?
Not sure.
Maybe.
Well, I guess we follow the tunnel, guys.
Yeah.
So you start to walk down the tunnel. The smells and the sensations here are all confused and mixed. When you go through one of the doors, there is this unity of the scent, of the purpose, of this is what's supposed to be happening. You don't get mixtures. The mixtures are in the places between choices. Here, after a choice has been made, this sense of rot, this sense of sweetness is constantly warring with one another. The tunnel continues down and opens up into a broad room. And you see wandering around in the broad room are three creatures. And you can see that they are both you and not you. There are three drones, but these aren't actually drones. When you look at them and focus on them, they don't look like the thing you're seeing right there in the image. It looks instead like him when you're focusing on one of them. But you can also see that the back of the creature's head, the back of the image of the Formian, looks like it's been broken. Like there's some sort of wound in the base of the skull. And when you focus on any one of the drones, they stop looking like a quote unquote normal drone and look like this wounded version of the Formian.
How do they smell?
They smell wrong. There's, when you walk up to one of them, there's nothing there. There's a sense of there should be an individualized smell, a scent of the personhood, for lack of better terms, the individual scent of these, but there's nothing. There's no scent at all. And the first one that you walk up to, one of many, has that wound in the back of its head.
Are these like the undead ones that we fought?
It does look like that. It doesn't look exactly like that, but it doesn't feel alive.
Can I examine the wound?
So you go, it doesn't seem to really pay much attention to you. It's just sort of aimlessly wandering around. And you see in the back of one of the three's head, there is what looks to be an incision, a carving out of the head. And when you kind of go and look down and sense what this one is, you get a feeling of being separated, of this is something that is another piece of the mind. This is a sense of self, a sense of ego, of logic, of thinking. This is decision making, and its brain has been removed.
Oh.
While one of many is examining one of the three, what is everybody else doing? Morin, what are you doing?
So we could just walk around and look at these things?
Yeah, they don't seem to notice that you're doing anything. They seem sort of aimlessly meandering around.
And do they all have this wound on the back of their head?
One of them does. You've not
One of
examined
them.
the other.
Okay,
I
so
would say that while one of many is examining the one with the wound in the head, if you look at one, you can see it has a wound somewhere else, a wound in the middle of the chest,
and the third?
the third in the stomach.
Hmm.
Is
Does
the
that look
wound
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, go
Well,
ahead.
I was gonna ask if the wound is just like if there's something in there, like if something was placed in there or if it was just subtractive.
Just subtractive. It looks more like a surgical extraction than it does look like a wound from a weapon
Mhm.
in battle.
Gotcha.
Morin, would you go up to the one that has the wound in the heart or the stomach?
Yeah, the one in the chest. Does it also look like an extraction?
Yeah, it looks like surgically the creature's heart was removed. It's a little difficult to see exact stuff. Maybe there was more that happened here. The anatomy of this creature is a little different, but when you touch it, you get that sensation again of that's what this feels like. This is another piece of itself. This is its compassion, its understanding, its sense of self again, but this is the warmth and the implanted love of the queen. This is the center of this creature and what should protect it, but it's been hollowed out.
Hmm.
And these look like our Formian.
So when you're not focusing on them, they look like the picture that you see there. When you are focusing on them, they do look like the Formian. They look like the one that you've seen, the token that I moved around a couple of times. looks like this guy.
Yeah.
Drock or Filibuster, either one of you doing anything?
Is there anything else in this room?
The three of them, you can see that the hallway opens up to showing the three of them sort of like tottering around. And it does look like it continues past this little opening. Like this is a widening of a corridor. And it does look like it's going to go back to being a corridor beyond. So you can keep walking, but these three things seem to be the only things in the room.
Can we heal them in any way?
Unless you have any spare Formian brains or hearts around, probably not.
So one of these is representing like decision making or free will. Have we inspected the others? Could we find out what they're representing?
So the one with the wound in the chest is representing the warmth and the compassion, the protection from the Mother Queen, the Hive Queen,
Right.
and it has been hollowed out.
We didn't look at
And
the
the
one
third one we haven't.
No.
Yeah.
So who's going to look at the third?
I can.
So you walked at the third one. You see that its stomach has been open. You see like its entrails have been all removed. And again, has that look of surgery more than it has of a battle wound. And when you get close to it, you can see that this one is instinct. It's immediate action. It's choice. But there's also a sense of law and chaos. This is the one that is instantaneous decisions. This is the one that goes with its gut. But again, it's been removed, hollowed out.
Hmm. And so these three seem totally passive.
They do. After one person has gone to each one of them, there is a shuddering in the cavern, like a earthquake almost. Not something that's going to throw you guys to the ground, but maybe a minor earthquake. The whole room shudders, a little bit of dust falls from the ceiling. You get this brief glimmer of something from the three Formians, and you see in the room around them weapons, armor, shields, swords. There is just for a moment an entire armory of things around you, and then it vanishes. It goes back to being a blank room. When the image of the armory appeared, you got the sensation of these three being one defensive unit, being guardians of some kind.
So one is free will, one is the heart, and the third one was
Instinct.
instinct. Okay. Did the armory stuff look like Formian weapons or
Yes.
like things that Formians would use? Right. So it's not like swords and stuff because they wouldn't.
There are a couple of swords and things in there, but they don't. There's much less of them than there would be. There's a lot more crushing implements than there are anything else.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we could move on and come back. I don't know what else we could do with them here.
So you continue moving forward. The hallway that you were in kind of narrows down, and you see these markings on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls that look like crenellations or defensive places. As you continue to walk, you can see something that kind of looks like arrow slits or murder holes. You see above you there are pulleys and things that are around, like you're walking through a place that could withstand a siege. And as you continue to move forward, the smells continue to mingle together, confusion filling you as the sweet and the rot war with one another. You can see there is a dim sort of wan light up ahead. And as you make your way out, you make your way into a big room. The far side of the room is clouded in mist. You can see that there is something in the mist, but it's very indistinct, and it's maybe 60 feet away. Then you can see two things very clearly. In the center of the room, there is a Formian. Now, my image here isn't great, but what I need is the stance more than anything else. You see the image of a Formian holding a huge shield. The shield has the sensation that you've seen from the doors. There is that same kind of color patterning of the white or the light color of the membrane, as well as the green of the stone and the writing. You can see this Formian is holding this massive shield, and behind it is a small creature huddled down that looks humanoid and is covered in a deep black robe. Off to one side, in the center of the room, so this guy is kind of slightly to the left of center, to the center of the room, to the right of where you're looking when you walk in, you can see there is a long spinning blade, something between a sword and a dagger that's hovering in the air, point facing towards the back of the room, towards that huge cloud in the back. And there is black mist and smoke swirling in patterns off of this blade as it slowly rotates in the air just slightly above the ground. You see that there is a sense of motion, like the blade has been thrown at incredible speed, but it's not moving. It's still sort of frozen in the air, kind of like you're watching something in bullet time. And you see the Formian standing with the shield look at you and then discount you. Look behind it, look at the far wall, and then you see it looking back and forth between the shield that it's holding, protecting the thing behind it, and the blade in the center of the room that looks like at any moment it will fly forward and strike against whatever's in the back of the room.
We can't see what's in the back of the room.
Not yet. So you could walk in and start to look around, but for the moment, you can't see what's in the back.
And where's you said there's a humanoid?
There's a humanoid that's crouched down behind the Formian.
But the
Basically,
Formian, yeah.
go ahead.
Well, the Formian's not guarding that humanoid. That's like incidental. Oh, okay.
Yes. So the Formian has this massive shield and is very clearly protecting a little like curled up humanoid behind it. And then it's
Mhm.
glancing from its shield over to that knife that's floating in the middle of the room and then back at the shield, like someone who's trying to make a choice, someone who's trying to make a decision.
So the decision seems like it could either protect the humanoid or protect the back of the room.
Correct.
And the dagger is not going towards the humanoid.
Correct.
Okay.
So as you kind of walk into here, what would be the first thing that you would look for? What would be the first thing you'd look at, Filibuster?
Uh, what's on the what's on the sword?
So you can see on the sword there is this sort of twirling mist, and you guys can see Filibuster sort of kind of almost conveyor belt, like not floating, not walking, just sort of sliding along the floor to be able to see more around the center of the room. That there is this blade that's spinning with this dark shadow around it. What are you looking for when you're looking at the blade? Is there something you're wanting to learn or something you want to try to do with it?
Is there a origin that I could discern, or
Looking around,
something that looks like I would recognize?
looking behind you, you can see everyone who's kind of at the entrance of the room, but you can see on the wall that is to the right of the people walking into the room, to the left from you, because you're kind of looking back at them, there's just a massive black spot. Kind of looks like the room that you open with the starry night in it, but no stars. It's just darkness. And you can tell that that void is where the knife came from.
When you say it's
But
like the room with the stars, does that mean that it has like a blockage?
It doesn't have a blockage, it just has like an infinite expanse. Like it looks like you're looking out into space.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's
But
not
then
like
there's like no stars to light it up or anything, so it's just like
a void. Yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
okay. And that's kind of opposite us, right?
That
Like
is-
that would be where the continuation of the tunnel would be.
Knew I was going to need to use this for something. I left one of these sections blank because I was like, I know there's going to have to be something somewhere that will not make sense unless I draw it. And this room is going to be it. All right. So green is the room. Black little curly is the void.
Oh, okay.
Gray is the mist. Let's do red for the blade. And do light. I already used that green. Let's do different green for the shield.
Okay, and we're coming from that passage from the south.
Yes, I'm going to use sharp prey to be so this. So basically, when Filibuster walked in the middle of the room to get close to the blade, he looked kind of at the wall that you can't really see when you're walking in and saw the void over there.
Okay.
And the human is north of the shield.
Yeah, and the humanoid figure that's sort of indistinct is here.
And so the excuse me, the green door for this room, meaning the alternate path, the path that was chosen, was the queen saying, "Good job. You
Was the
protected the
queen
human.
saying you must protect them?
You must protect them."
Yeah. So the green door that's associated with this red door was the queen saying you must protect them with your life and the life of all those around you.
And we know that the original multicolored Formian was mad at this guy for protecting humans.
Or didn't understand why they were going to the mortals.
Yeah.
Gary, can I try to touch the knife?
Sure. So you go and you try to push the knife, and you get this incredible sense of psychic pain. Adding your momentum to the knife, making it go further, faster towards the back of the room, seems to cause the entire room to shudder in pain. You can almost hear the Formian holding the shield saying, "No, don't."
What?
What? Gorderic.
Drock, what do you do when you see this in the room? If anyone has a by all
I
means,
don't know.
I'm gonna kind of
Wait, hold up, Gary. Is that deliberate word choices on the Formian's part, or was that just a coincidence?
This motherfucker does not do anything not deliberate.
Yeah.
I mean, you heard him say earlier something about the others, right?
What?
So I will say that you get the impression that those were the words that were said and not an impression of what it meant. This is a psionic creature that speaks almost exclusively through a combination of pheromones and psionics when it has the chance. That was not it. That was spoken word
In Elven?
in common.
In common.
You get the impression that you would understand whatever language it's spoken, but
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it was telling Filibuster.
it was saying,
No.
no, don't. You touched it and it said, no, don't. Drock, what are you doing?
I have no ideas.
Touch the dagger.
I want to investigate the shadow then, I guess.
So the void?
Yeah.
Okay. So you go in. Should have made this tile a little bit bigger for people to go around and do stuff in. But can I send this to back? Yeah. I'm going to do this, this. All right, cool. Right. So you go over here to where the void is. What do you want to do with it?
Do I sense anything? And if not, I want to I don't know, maybe step in and see what happens. Why not, right? I don't know.
I mean, given your roles, what could go wrong?
Right? Best ideas ever, and the rolls to back them up.
So when you go and stand in front of the void, you get a sensation of relaxing. Of when you go to step there, like you are standing in the way of danger, and that the Formian holding the shield has a moment where it feels like things might not turn out wrong. So that happens when you stand in front of the void.
I'm not going into the light, Morn. Specifically, I'm going into the dark.
Caroline.
But I can't see anything, can't sense anything.
There's just a void in front of you, and there isn't even a balcony like there was in the other room. It's like the room just ends in endless darkness.
How do people feel about using Clotho here?
Yeah, I
Good.
think that's a
Bad.
good call. Yeah.
I think I got two very different answers there.
So, are we're still assuming that this is a memory, right?
It's something, but
Yeah.
the way he reacted when I
But-
stood here,
Well, yeah, because the Formian in here is reacting to what's going on in the room. Because he told Filibuster, no, don't.
and then felt more at peace when I was here.
Because I think that you're standing between him and whatever he's trying to protect these things against.
Right.
Mhm.
And so if Clotho could give us information on what this thing is,
My only concern would be showing the adversary Clotho.
But I don't think the adversary is actually here.
Says the person with an adversary in their head. Adversarial shadow in their head.
Well, then it's all too late. So
but I'm already
I-
in.
I think you should do whatever you think your character would do, Drock, and I think you would use the little power.
Probably.
My question
I'm
for JP
Mhm.
is: you went here, you got a reaction. Would Drock immediately make the choice, or would he get here and say, "Okay, what do we think? Should I do this?" Sort of wait for other people to give him opinions or more information. I.e., do you want to maybe do this next go around, and I can kind of move
Sure.
the camera around a little bit? Okay,
Yeah, that's a great idea.
that makes more sense for me from how I think about Drock than him going and making the choice instantly.
Yeah, no, agreed.
One of many. What do you want to go and look at, investigate, interact with?
So I want to clarify, when Philly looked at the dagger, he didn't see any like iconography of where it would be from.
No.
Okay. I think that I would want to use can I use my projected consciousness in here?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean,
Mhm. I'd want to project it into the mist.
okay.
Okay.
So you project your consciousness forward into the mist. You get a sensation of resistance. Like when you mentally throw your mind forward, it doesn't let you actually go into the mist. Mechanically, it's kind of like you don't have line of effect or line of sight to be able to conjure it there. But you get the sensation you can conjure it really close to the mists.
Yeah,
Would
okay.
you do that instead?
Yes.
So you see this thing in the back of the room, and it looks like this.
Oh. Is that the queen?
And you recognize it because in the creature's mind, it knows what this is. It's the queen. And in his mind, he calls it the queen that was.
Oh.
Who is that? Sorry. Like where in the scene?
In the
Um,
mist.
it's in the
Okay.
mist. And you can tell that seeing it, that where the head is, where the queen is, that it takes up that entire back wall. Like the queen is probably really, really big, but her head is just sort of poking out of the mists, out of this sort of indistinct haziness in the back of the room. But with being able to see the queen, you get a very strong feeling that that flying dagger in the middle of the room, it's aimed straight at her head.
Mm-hmm. So he called her the queen that was. Do I get any like grandmother sense from her?
You don't, but you also get the impression from it that it is his queen,
Yeah,
that there's a separation. It's not
right.
that the thing was queen and is no longer queen, it still
Mm-hmm.
is queen, but her title is the queen that was.
Okay, gotcha. So, and then is this a different queen than the queen in the green door?
No, it's the same one. But when you're thinking about that and you're thinking about how does this connect, you get this sensation of age that now it's the queen that was, or the queen that, the queen that was. But there was a time where it was the queen that is. And before then, it was the queen yet to come. And before all of that,
Oh.
it was just the belief that the queen could be great, embers held in his hand.
I'm so confused.
So, to make it clear, from its perspective, it sees a progression, right? That the queen that was isn't a thing that stays the same. It's his
Mhm.
queen that he chose to serve became stronger and stronger and stronger. Started off as a queen that had no title, and then became the queen yet to come, and then continued to get stronger and became the queen that is, and continued to get stronger still, and is now the queen that was. So, Griffle, you see the crazy image in the back of the room? What is it you would like to do or interact with?
I want to go over to the person, if the shield dude will let me. I want to go see what the humanoid is up with. That.
So you can walk over there, and you can see that the Formian is looking at you, trying to see if you're meaning the creature harm. But if you don't show any outward sign of being aggressive or like you're going to go touch them, he doesn't stop you
Mhm,
from getting close ish and looking. And you can see
mhm.
there is a sort of frightened, huddled form of a creature in black robes. There is sort of an indistinctness about the face where it's kind of like from the Formian's perspective, the fact that it's a humanoid is sort of a catch-all term. Like it doesn't really understand or care about the differences in individuals. But
Mhm.
you can get the sense from this that it smells dead. It smells dead, but still moving. And you can see that it's cowering behind the shield and looking over at the wall opposite that very dark wall. It's looking over at
The
this wall.
mist.
No, it's not looking at the mist. Looking at the
Oh,
bottom left wall.
I'm getting the sense. Okay, so I'm getting the sense that from the way the room is set up, and Drock, could you move your character just temporarily so I can kind of see? Oh, is that what's on the wall?
Yeah. So the red swirl is that shadow.
Oh fuck.
Do we recognize?
Okay, so what I'm getting, right? Oh, sorry, you go.
No, I was just gonna say, do we recognize that shadow?
I would say without investigating it further, it has the same sort of thing as the huddled up humanoid. It's a humanoid-esque shadow that the Formian has a hard time or has not put any thought or importance into determining which humanoid that is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm getting the sense that what's happening here is there's two threats, these things. And the choice that was made was the Queen saying to our buddy, you need to protect this humanoid at all costs. And that the cost was the threat. So there's two threats. The guy's got to choose which threat he's going to counter, and one is to the human and one is to the Queen. But his loyalty to the Queen was like, no, he said that I have to protect this humanoid, so I'm not going to protect her instead. And then that's the feeling that I'm getting from the situation, from the way that this is set up. Is it like they're over here with him like kind of protecting the humanoid? This dagger's kind of coming in and the Queen's like over here. And he can't save both. So he chose to save the humanoid.
Yep. And that weird mixing of smells that you can see the blade has that same sort of black and like red runes that the doors had, the circular doors, but it smells right. And then the shield that he's having looks like the doors that were the right doors, but it smells wrong. It's like
Right.
it has two decisions that seem like they're too conflicting.
And so the other impression that I get is because this is a decision that he didn't make, this is the situation where like his memory's been wiped so that he doesn't know that the Queen's gone. Or been replaced rather. So like I think one was right when saying that like the Queen has been corrupted. This is no longer the Queen, but it's still he still thinks it is because this is the altered memory where like the Queen will have died, and then the new Queen substitute will have like will have changed the memories. So the undeath, like this is like an undead, right? Is the feeling that I get. It's not alive, but it's still living.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can sort of translate from the creature's brain and the way he's representing is it's a vampire of some kind.
Yeah, that was my thought. Yeah.
Oh, the Tari guy.
Yeah.
So does Griffle want to do anything, or is this a?
I want to try and investigate this shadow on the wall. I want to see like if I can tell anything about it. I have a pet theory about what it might be. Yeah.
So,
Do I need to roll something?
Yes. So if this was a real life situation, it would be something like perception to figure it out, but it's like mental mindscape. So what you think you can make sense of trying to translate like details. It's not that the Formian doesn't have the details to fill out the shadow. It just doesn't typically find them very important. So trying to draw the details out of the mind is what you're trying to do.
Okay. So it's sort of like how like your brain does actually remember everything that's seen. It's just that you don't. It's like all kind of locked away, so you don't necessarily like remember it.
You remember the concepts that you feel are important, and the details just sort of
Yeah. And I feel like this might be like kind of like a heal check. Like I'm thinking about like it's kind of like you're trying to help someone recall something that they don't want to remember for the purposes of like its goal is like to try to help free this guy's mind, right?
Yeah, and heal is also understanding of anatomy. So if you're like trying to walk it through. Like these are the
Yeah.
important parts of the humanoid to figure out what it is.
Cool.
Heal makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I like it.
Heal coming in useful for the second time only ever.
Woohoo!
Oh boy, that's fun.
Nice.
So as you step forward and you go to look and you see this massive figure on the wall, there is a strange sort of bubbling sound. You get this sensation of like rushing sound around you where it's like there's a great amount of liquid that at first you think is water kind of flowing around you, almost like you can't come out of a cave and you're above the ocean and the surf is hitting the shore below you. Except as you watch closer and the shadow on the wall gets bigger, you can see that it's not that. The sounds are a little off. It's not an ocean of water. And then you can see the edges of your perceptions tinge red and darken. And you get this sensation of viscous fluid, this ocean of blood. And the figure that's in the shadows as it's rising bigger and bigger is over 9 feet tall. And it has this great billowing cloak that comes from it and is bristling with weapons. And you see it's his iconic weapon held out before him. The figure on the wall striking fear into the heart of the creature that's pulled up behind the Formian, that's it's hunkering down behind the protection of the one that's shielding it, is someone you know, someone you've met.
Is this the Bloody Baron?
It's the Baron.
Yeah. Oh fuck, that's so cool. Okay.
Wait, I don't understand what happened.
It's from On's court.
It's the Bloody Baron. It's
but
Ans. It's one of
what
Ans like dudes.
in
So-
reference to what though?
The shadow on the wall.
The shadow on the wall, the thing that the Formian has been commanded, you must protect this guy. And this guy sees one great threat, is afraid of the great threat, and is sort of hiding behind the Formian as a shield. And when Griffel went to the wall, she was able to figure out that this shadowy threat that is just a shadow for the Formian, but when she can sort of redefine it and figure out what is actually on the wall, it's the Baron. Baron Fairno is what that vampire fears.
So this is a Turi vampire, right?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
Turi vampire. One other detail is one thing that will be sort of crystal clear in the like when you kind of break down the pieces. If you didn't have the critical heal check, this would have been the only piece of information that you got. I should have said it first because of that. But the one thing that is detailed is hanging from a belt from his belt on one side are 2 severed heads.
Mm.
Oh.
So this
Hang
is
on.
post
Didn't
Haven.
he? Yeah, so he killed 2 of the so like the Turi, like the equivalent barons, like the barons of the Turi. Didn't he kill 2 of them?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then he was going to kill they were going to take out the whole Turi. But
Yes.
then he wasted like Arn said, like, oh, you squandered your power, and now like we needed all of our strength, and now we can't make that like final strike because you squandered it. She was like mad at him.
He did not stand ready for her to strike the final blow.
Mm-hmm.
Her words were, "The real Baron would have not lost the war to win a battle."
Mm.
So, Lauren, what are you doing?
So we've investigated the void. We've investigated the shadow. We've invest.
Drak has not yet really done a check or tried to investigate the void. He sort of paused while you guys were exploring other stuff. So
I thought one checked it more with her shape consciousness, and it was the queen.
No,
No,
that's
No, that was the
mist.
mist.
the mist, yeah, the green X on the little mini map is the queen.
Got it. So we got the queen, the baron, and something.
Yep.
So do we think we should kill the Turi?
Yeah. You think if we do it here in this room, it will carry over to free the Formian?
Alanin.
Alanin.
Alanin is the guy that.
Alan.
It is a name you have.
In my dream, I'll call you what I want. Do we know that name?
Yeah. It's the guy who talked to us through the Formians.
Okay.
He's the one who sent them to attack to see how strong we are.
He's the one that said, "Give me a reason not to fight you," and you guys were like, "Eh."
We're so powerful
We're
now.
too strong. That's your reason.
And he's like, "That's a great reason to fight you and see how strong you are."
Well,
Do I get a sense that the Queen in the Mist here is distinct from the Queen that was congratulating him for protecting the Turi?
You think it's the same one. And by think, I mean he knows it is the same one.
but that's
That
why
is his queen.
But that's why we were saying maybe his memory has been fucked with by Alanin. Because maybe she's dead. Guess depends where this dagger ends up.
But if the Queen is telling the Formian to protect a Turi from the Desong,
Mm-hmm.
Or that's all
maybe
fake.
we don't care about the Queen, right?
But I think she's probably corrupted too.
So the Formian is also corrupted then.
I think that all of the Formians were somehow corrupted, probably by that research that's being done. Wherein they had their brains and their hearts and their guts removed.
I feel like there should be a yellow brick road.
Mm-hmm.
But it's monochrome.
So I will say that a lot of this is sort of what are you guys doing before Drock? Because Drock said he did wanted to use the Queen's power on the Void. What are you doing prior to that happening? Do you have something you would like to do, or do you want to tell him not to do that?
Yeah, so like I feel like what I would try to do here is convince the Formian that he should protect his queen and not the Turi.
Mm-hmm.
But if
So
the queen is corrupted
you
and he
can.
is also corrupted, then I don't think that I would
The
be able
Formian
to
has
reason with
responded
him.
to something that has happened in the room, so you do think that you can talk to him. That is something you want to do.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
he
if
said no,
if his
don't.
well, also he felt relieved that Drock is standing between the queen and the Void.
Mm-hmm. Use that diplomacy. Convince him not to be brainwashed.
How do you convince someone to not be brainwashed?
With a high diplomacy roll.
Yeah, but in character, if his frame of reference is I have to be loyal to my queen, and the queen is
Mhm.
giving bad instructions, I can't just say, your queen is wrong, don't be loyal to her
Mhm.
to protect her.
You could say sometimes loyalty is doing what's best for somebody, even when it's what they don't know they need.
So, Josh, do you have anything you want to do, or am I going to delay for a minute and I'm going to ask Filibuster what he's doing?
I'll delay. I want to see what Drock is going to do with the Void.
Phil, do you have anything you want to do before Drock looks into the Void and or tell him not to do that?
No, go for it.
Drop.
Yeah.
Wanna open?
I think now's the time. I think something weird's going on. I think the queen didn't actually give that command. I want to know more about the area. So yeah, I'll use Clotho's power and primarily on the void and see what happens.
You close your eyes, you open them up. Everyone else in the room sees this burst of green gold light, and then you hear not Salumane's voice, but the voice you more associated with kind of Clotho, with the mantle, say, "Ah, a remnant of the old ghost. A piece that he was, a tiny piece, yet a tiny piece of what was whole. Is that better than the whole thing? A child that is broken?" There is an edge to Clotho's voice, and as you look into the void, you see there is something and someone else in the void.
Oh, a piece of the Night King?
And when you look at it, you know that's who that is. It's the Night King.
Wait, who's the Night King?
The void. That's what the void in
Oh,
the
the
room-
Void is the Night King.
What did she call him?
The child that is broken.
And you can tell there's this sort of mocking thing of which is greater, a remnant of something when you were whole, or the whole thing when you are broken. And you'll recognize he's got both of his eyes.
So does that mean he's still just a memory of the Night King?
Or Formians just don't care about things like losing eyes.
This was a piece of the Night King prior to his eye.
I would say that there is a sort of supernatural clarity that comes with Clotho being the one that looks. This isn't going to be the details are mixed up because it's inside of his mind. Clotho sees clearly what this thing is.
So do we still see the void, or can we now see him? Is it kind of like still...
There is sort of like a void, and his sort of disembodied head is floating in the void. So, but you can tell that it's all from him. The void is the Formian's representation of it. And now that you guys have all the pieces in the room, you can put together the Formian sort of choice. It's been told by the Queen, protect Alanin. And it can see that the Baron is there and it needs to protect Alanin from the Baron, potentially from other things, but most importantly from the Baron. But from his perspective, he also sees that the Night King is launching some sort of attack on the Queen, and he can't do both. He's struggling because what is right and what is wrong in this thing seems to not match the stuff that he's done before. He can't both defend the Queen and protect Alanin.
Well, my first thought was I want to take a swing at the king, so if that's allowed, I'm totally going to do it.
So
I support this.
draw back. You
I have a question. Sorry. Like what? The Night King is the leader of the West, right?
the Turi.
Literary.
Oh, the Turi. Okay, right. And he, like, they live in the Shadowfell, and he lost his eye when we did the thing with Terminus, right?
Correct.
And then he blamed Arn for that. If he doesn't have his lost eye here, can we conclude that this situation, this decision, was before, like, well before that happened?
Yeah.
Seems
Well,
to be, yeah.
But the Baron has the two heads from Haven on his belt.
Also
do
true.
we
Josh was going to say something.
Do we recognize the heads of the two as the other
Oh yeah,
heads of house? Okay.
seeing what the Baron looked like after he came out of the battle royale is not something your characters are likely to forget.
So what I'm trying to understand, just sorry, Druck, before you go hit something. What I'm trying to understand is like why, if the Queen understood that she was going to be under threat from like the Night King, why would she tell the Formian like protect a servant of the Night King? Or like was it a betrayal situation? Like
I will say that from the perspective of the mind you're in, you can tell that this is sort of the heaviest part of confusion, right? The Formian doesn't understand why this is happening.
This is also not the last decision that it made, so we know that it's already made the decision here, right?
Mhm.
yeah,
And it made the decision to protect Alanin.
yeah. Yeah. Sorry, the Churi. What's her name?
Who?
The Churi lady.
The guy.
Alanin.
Oh, the
is-
guy.
is-
Sorry, yeah, Alanin. Yeah. Okay.
Alanin.
So he's on the same level as the Baron, the Bloody Baron, right? He's like one of the heads of the houses for the jury.
You're not sure.
Oh,
You're not sure where he
Okay.
ranks. He just said that he's strong, but
okay.
you guys don't know what his official title is. You can tell, at least in the Formian's mind, he's terrified of the Baron. So he
Right.
probably doesn't see himself as like way above the Baron, at least.
Okay. All right, go for it, Druck. Sorry. I just wanted to see if we could try and understand the situation.
I still think there's some manipulation going on where the Queen didn't actually say to protect Alanin, and the Night King like tricked the Formian or something. That's my kind of take on it. Right or wrong? Because I can't see the Queen saying protect this random mortal. Like, why does she care, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is Drock swinging, or do other people have questions? So Drock, you pull back with your weapon. You get this sensation of sort of disconnect because swinging with your weapon, feeling Clotho's power all around you, and feeling that you know what the weapon should feel like. You know that the flail should be a living thing, but it's not. It's your memory of a living thing in your hand. It feels like it's not quite as it should be. And then you swing and you get this sensation of breaking, of shattering, like you smacked against the image of the Night King and you struck against a thing of glass. The entire room starts to quake and shrivel, and the dagger that was flying across the room towards the queen evaporates. It fades away into a cloud of smoke. The entire image sort of shudders, and you get the sensation of the whole area where Griffle is currently standing is being sort of shunted off. It's being closed away. Griffle, it's not difficult for you to step away before that piece sort of separates from what's going on. But there is a moment of like you're standing on something that's falling away and you kind of have that, oh shit, and step off of it. And you can see that the part of the scene that is the queen in the background, Alanin, and then the Formian standing, protecting Alanin against from the Baron, it's sort of realigned where there is no longer a threat from the side. It's only a threat from the front. That the Formian can stand with Alanin behind him and the queen behind Alanin. This idea of he's still the front line, he's still dealing with a threat, but there is a sense of loss, like he's cut away from something. And as you step back through, you get this wave of gelatinous something, this wash of the edge of a barrier. Since you've already spent a little time working with it in the other room, one of many, you can recognize this as a piece of a memory or something sealed away like a memory as you're drawn into it. So I want to do something that's going to take just a bit of a second to kind of set the scene here. I'm sorry I couldn't get images that I really liked for this, so it is going to be all verbal for a second, and then we'll go into the next part. Can people toss a one into chat because it is going to be like a couple minutes of me talking, and it is kind of important. So if you're ready to listen, don't need to get water or anything or bathroom. Cool. So you get this image, and all of a sudden, you guys feel like you're experiencing things from the perspective of the Formian. He's standing in this strange room. Around him, there's this feeling of light being lost, a feeling of death, of stillness. You can recognize that this is how the Formian is experiencing being in the Shadows Fell. And around him, the building has the sense of a crypt with these huge ornaments of bone. And at the front of the room, a massive altar built from pieces of bone with thousands of glyphs and sigils into it. In the background, you can see the Night King as you see him here, with both of his eyes and a great deal of power, wearing his crown. And you see in front of the Night King a open, glimmering golden portal. You know on the other side of that portal is the Feywild. You know on the other side of the portal is your queen. But that's not what's in front of you. What's ahead of you is another, a young queen, or at least a younger queen. A Formian lays on the ground, sprawled before the Night King as he moves back and forth. You hear his voice sort of echo weirdly on your chitinous exoskeleton. This strange sensation that people make sounds to communicate is still something you dislike. This is a time where you'd sort of forgotten what it was like to work with people that speak. Establish a link with her. You hear the Night King speak, and then you feel the sensation of communication, a command from your queen. Establish a link with her. You step forward, extending your mind to the other Formian queen. You're not worried that she's going to cause you to submit. You know that you are loyal to your queen above all. Your queen knows all. If she tells you to connect with another queen, she knows it is the right thing to do. You reach out, and the other queen will not connect. You see the Night King smile. You will submit. You will submit. There is power in the voice. You feel the pain from the other Formian queen, and in just a moment, you feel her defenses break and the link established. Well done, the king commands, and you hear an echo of his voice, your queen in your mind. Well done. Then the king continues. Your kind have access to divinations. Cast one, and you will see how this will end. Save yourself the pain and submit. The young queen cries. Her voice is something terrible, something off the register you know the king cannot understand, but through the link you pass along her words. I am queen. I will never submit. The Night King nods his head to her. He looks off to the side, and you can see something you don't want to look at. Hundreds or thousands of Formians, an entire hive lined up, shoulder to shoulder, flank to flank, back to back, crushed into one another. One of them is led forward. Line up her hive and bring the first few in. Form a link with this servant. Your queen repeats. Link with the chamber guard. You link. You feel your mind bridge the connection and focus the young queen's attention on the chamber guard. take your blade and kill it. You look down, and in your hand is a black knife. It smokes with necrotic energy, with dark power. Your queen's voice says, "Strike down the guard." You kill the creature, the Formian. You kill one of yours, or one of them. But it's your choice. No, it's your queen's choice, and your queen must be right. She knows more than you. But you know this will continue. Off to the edges of your sight, you can feel the room filling. You can hear the young queen screaming as she feels the death of her hive. You know it will continue until the entire room is filled with the remains of a once prosperous hive, with blood and viscera waist deep. It will take days to break her down, even though she's weaker than your queen. You serve the queen that was. This is only the queen yet to come. But there is a wrongness here. No queen would make another feel her children slain. A black door appears in your mind's eye. The choice to flee and be a butcher no more. It smells of sweetness and rot. A black door appears in your mind. The choice to fight back, to betray your queen, to protect another. It smells of sweet rot. A white door appears in your mind. The choice you took, a sickly sweet obeyance. Withdraw, lock away this memory. Think about it no more. To butcher until the world is nothing but the smell of death and rot. Each of you can feel a sense of your own self gathering up in this memory, in this choice that he hated to make. Things that were right or wrong, but all the choices seemed wrong. Everything smelled wrong, but one choice was to obey. And in this moment, you feel you can choose as well. But you think that if you make a different choice from him, it might be dangerous. For in here, there are things that are very real in the memories. And should you choose to disobey and fight, it will be the Night King that comes to resist you. What does the group want to do?
Oh, definitely fight. Yep.
That's what we
You gonna
came
fight
here
the
for.
Night King? Or,
Yeah,
or are we
fight the
assuming
Night
it's not
King.
the Night King? Like, not the actual.
It's the Night King. It's basically
It's-
the Night King.
It's a memory of the Night King, and my memory of the Night King is that he sucks.
Just a small broken child. What could he
So
do?
One
interesting,
hit and he
so-
shattered.
So Clotho calls him the child that was broken, and she calls on the queen.
This Warhammer 40k ass map.
Yeah. All right. So you guys are at the base of the stairs. I don't think I can paste. Oh,
These
no.
stairs, right? These ones?
Yep. Yes, the ones at the where the Night King is near. If you want to draw your tokens out, would appreciate. Is this map really laggy for anyone else?
Or no,
No.
I find that it is not actually.
Weird. I might need to reload. But you feel yourself tear away from the decision to turn back, and for a moment there, you can sense the sort of fake memory, the will to believe that you would do this, the Formian wanting to believe that he would drop the knife and stand between the young queen and the Night King. He didn't make that choice, but it's the choice you're making now. Night King is not going to go easily. Roll for initiative.
We're
What?
missing a Griffle.
It's a Griffle.
No, I'm here.
But your
Uh,
token's not here.
Where's your token?
Oh,
Is that 2 initiative crits today for me?
I believe it is.
yep.
Right
You
where it
should keep
counts.
doing that. Like, just keep critting. That's a.
Well, it makes me want to check my macro and make sure I'm actually rolling.
You are.
If you weren't rolling, it wouldn't show green.
Oh, true.
It's true.
You got the 20. I'm assuming filibuster takes the 32 and not the 23.
I will. And my 0 healing surge ass.
Is this the actual Night King, or is this like the creature's memory of the Night King?
How do you want me to answer that?
Truthfully.
Plainly.
Well, does he have both of his eyes?
He does have
Yes.
both of his eyes.
I want this
Okay.
as like a DM hand tip kind of conversation rather than a.
But we
He does have both
know
of his eyes, which I feel like has been already a bit
a
of a
little
hint.
hint.
Oh, what's the yeah. What's the initiative thing we used to do where we subtract 10 from the enemies? Stall tactics. That one. Totally pulling that one as well.
Your fast talking causes your enemies to hesitate for a crucial moment.
Hmm.
I think you said
Now-
that we do that as if
I
it's
thought
your
someone else
power.
has this as well. Someone else has stall tactics, don't they?
Now, here's the thing. Can you stall tactics? Yes. As the DM, I'm telling you, you probably should not do that.
This creature takes a full turn at its initiative +10 and -10.
The reason I'm saying you shouldn't do it is you don't want the Night King to go 3 times in a row.
Okay.
Again, I'm not saying you can't.
Wait, he gets 3 turns, not just 2 turns?
He gets 3 turns.
What
He
the
should
fuck?
get 0 turns.
I'm sorry, you need to change. It needs
So
to
he goes
say
at-
in addition. It needs to say in addition to.
So he goes at 11, 31, and 21.
That tooltip is
Oh my
bad.
god, they all end in 1, guys. Oh.
That is.
For one eye.
Oh, what? Oh, maybe
Insult him.
we blinded him in his 3rd eye.
Mm.
All right.
All right, Morin.
So if you guys want to do
End
some
it.
initiative stuff, again, Draki, you actually using the power? Because, I mean, you can
No,
still do it.
if I'm allowed to know about his crazy triple initiative, I'm definitely not pulling off that power. That's
That's
suicide.
a neat, that's a DM hand tip saying that is pretty close to suicide. So
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. First question. Filibuster. Do you
Yeah.
have your auto crit?
I do.
I can do it for myself. It's an encounter power. I need to do something to him before I let you crit because otherwise we will die.
a couple things.
Okay.
First off is when you see him, he looks like he doesn't really he has like a knife. He doesn't look like he's heavily armored or anything like that. He looks like he's wearing basically normal clothing. And he has a knife on one side on the side of his belt. But around him you see this sort of swirling vortex of souls, of specters that are in an aura around him. You guys see the aura on the map?
Yes.
You can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That is an aura that is around him. And I'm going to make one of these things visible to everybody, ideally. Can you see he has a blue bar above his head?
I did not see that.
Visible player image. There it goes. Blue bar above his head?
See, I see a blue
Yes.
bar. It says 6
Okay.
out of 20.
Does
6
say
out of
that.
20. Correct.
Is that how many souls he has?
At the moment, yes.
Oh no.
My favorite.
So you guys are all in position. Drock, your initiative thing happens, so you can move when initiative is rolled.
Yeah, I moved up. I'm currently staying out of the aura on purpose.
Now,
This is a first for you,
The way
actually.
that things function typically is that when you enter an aura, you become aware of. I mean, if it has an impact on you, you become aware of the impact. Would Drock want to stop before going in, or would Drock sort of dip in and then step out?
Oh, dip in and step out. Yeah.
Okay.
The
Any
one
creature
time
who
he did
enters and willingly exits the aura on the same turn takes 30 points of psychic damage.
I know. Yeah.
immune to attacks and effects whose origin is outside the aura.
Okay. So would
Thank God you stepped in there.
right? Would I, Gary, know that and then be able to proceed forward?
Yeah, I mean, when you step into the aura, you feel what it does, which is why I was asking. And if you wanted to keep it on board, you can.
Yeah, 100% then.
I'm just letting y'all know we're not fucking killing this bitch, but that's okay.
He's only got 6 HP.
And
That's what the blue bar
we're
is, right?
in a memory kind of thing, right? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll just pop out at 1 hit point if we die.
I mean,
I think his power level is like relative to how the Formian perceives his power level.
well, it doesn't seem very low so
Infinite.
far.
So I have one question, Gary. If I
Yes.
use my projected consciousness, that spell would originate from inside the aura, correct?
If your projected consciousness was inside of the aura, yes, then the origin square is inside of the aura.
Okay, cool.
Is
Is
it
an
aura, like,
attack
4 times?
anything that you roll for?
An attack is something with an attack roll.
Okay.
Attacks and effects.
Yes. Effects are things like zones, auras, things like that. Like
Am I
someone else
considered
can
am I considered a living creature?
Like
For
iron.
this aura.
You were not.
Oh.
Loophole.
Also, if we heal in the aura, it heals?
Yes.
Oh.
You regain half and
It
they
gets
get
half.
it gets also half. Except for me.
And is
So-
I can let you crit if you want. I can action point.
It's a question of, do we want me to crit now or later, I guess, because I can do. If you let me crit, I'll
I
use
would-
my thing that does more damage. If you don't, I'll do something else that does damage.
I would say the earlier the better. Like,
Yeah,
I
no
agree.
reason to wait.
As long as you're inside the aura.
I can get inside the aura. Okay, well, if you're going to do that, then I will delay my turn to after filibuster.
Okay.
can I use my helm power to have 2 of my allies swap initiative?
Sure.
I would say it's effectively the same. In this case.
Oh, right. You're both going first. Yeah. Okay. No worries. Sorry, I hadn't scrolled up on the thing. No worries.
You're good.
All right, Gary. I'm gonna action point.
Okay. Your action
then I'll
point
click my-
does something or other. I don't remember.
I'm gonna click that button because I know there's shit I forget.
I think you get a free guidance to pass or something.
Yep.
You get a move somewhere later, and then whatever you use on it, you get a free guidance.
Oh, here's a question. That curse eye tattoo.
Mm-hmm. It
Is
an
he
effect
immune to that?
outside of the aura? Yes, he will not.
Okay,
affect
should I
you.
run in first then?
You can.
I'll do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, then I'll action point. Then I'll affect him with the curse eye tattoo. So -2 to saving throws.
Yep.
State bins. Then I'm gonna use Ghost of the Past. Oh wait. Then can I choose which action is applying the Ghost of the Past roll, Gary? Even though
Yes.
the wording is a little odd. Okay.
I mean,
I
the
am
wording-
going to.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to. Is it Prophecy of Doom? This one. Point at him. Go. You die.
Okay.
Then I'm going to use Guidance of the Past on the attack roll for Iron to Glass. That's a 4. Wow, so great. Iron to Glass.
27 reflex.
Miss.
Fuck.
So
-2.
-2 to melee, and it'll max out at -5. Okay.
And then I'm going to use my extra movement to leave.
You don't have an extra movement yet.
What?
You're
Oh, it's
Yeah,
supposed
yeah,
to-
later.
different
It's
turn.
later. It's later. It's later. It's
Not
later.
on this
Fuck.
turn.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Morin, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to teleport to this location.
Stay next to me.
I'm going to curse the Night King.
He is cursed.
And I am going to cast the okay, I have to do a bunch of different things first.
That's fine.
I'm charging my gloves. I'm using 2 charges of my gloves. And let me just record the fact that I'm using 2 charges. I have 1 charge left. Okay. And we're going to Curse of the Bloody Fangs. I don't have Prime Shot. Is he standing on the ground?
Yeah.
I will have combat advantage against him because I am concealed. It is lightning. Okay, so a 34 versus reflex. Does that hit?
Does not connect.
A 34?
34 does not connect.
Jesus.
This is
Uh,
incredible. I can't wait for his turn.
He's got bloody fangs, which I'm just gonna do as stunned because none of you guys do stun things.
Do you
You'll have to
remember
remind me.
when just a quick sequitur or non sequitur here? Do you remember when we go, oh, what would Merc do to us if we fought him? And he goes, here's the button. That's his melee basic attack. It's like 200 damage.
So it'll be half damage will be 29 plus 9, 38 plus 10, 48, so 24 damage.
I don't think you can do curse on a miss. I'm like,
Oh, you're right. You're right.
90%
So
sure.
29, 39, half is 19.
18. Okay. Sounds good. He does not resist any of the damage.
Jesus.
Well.
Okay. Well.
You get the impression that if you'd only done necrotic with some of that, it would have been completely irrelevant. But
that would not have been news to Morin. Okay, well in that case, I will go ahead and end my turn there.
Roll over and die.
I mean, unless you want to let me re-roll that 34.
Nope.
I don't.
I mean, he might want. Yeah, Philister has that power. But I'm not letting you roll it. Drock, you're up.
All right.
Can I let him re-roll the 34? I'm still unclear on the implement thing in the Dreamscape.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
You can't commune with the weapon, but you still get all of its stuff.
All right.
Do you want to let him re-roll, or is?
I mean, it was a 13. I feel like that's
Yeah.
statistically I'm more likely to roll lower.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do you think? Well, Griffle can run in and hit him.
Yeah.
And also do like 60 billion damage.
Yeah, she can.
Drock, you're up.
If we get that far.
All right. I am going to use Shattered Time.
Oh.
One sec. My brain gang up gives me +2. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 26 versus AC.
Oh.
Fair. So half damage, so 15 damage. Some of which was fire.
He does not resist fire.
Cool. And I create my little zone of fun.
Cool.
So a 26 versus AC did not hit. Is that right?
26 AC did not connect. No.
I mean, I rolled a 6. I'm not super surprised here, guys.
He also doesn't seem to move when you launch attacks against him. He seems to be relying on sort of his own magical defenses to just negate whatever you hit him with. So like it's not that 26 AC is not you swung and he dodged out of the way. He just allowed the weapon to glance off of his body.
Yeah. All good.
Anything else from Drak?
No, we're gonna leave it at that for now and see what happens.
So the Night King.
Question though, Lightning Rush is a reaction and Shower Time is an opportunity attack. Can I use both or not?
Yes.
Cool, thank you.
So the Night King tilts his head to one side. I have thought the defenses of this mind were completely eviscerated. What sort of outside influence is this? No matter. He pulls out that long knife at his waist and he gestures in the air and then sweeps forward. And you see when the knife comes forward, it sort of cuts a black line that looks a lot like how On teleports. Like he's slicing a little slit out of reality. And he uses that to shoot a wave of blackness in a nightmare arc in a blast 4. So, whoop,
Wow.
that didn't work. Try this again. Draw, rectangle, blast 4. What? All right, I need to reload because it is.
Do you have?
Hang on, let me
hardware?
reload Roll20 because it is just totally fucked.
Do you have hardware acceleration turned on?
I don't. I have literally not had a problem with any map but this one, and I now see what Roll20 is having a problem with. Hang on.
The 10,000 souls Gary has loaded in the background ready to come for.
No, it's I had to load in order to pull him. So I don't keep all the characters on the same campaign. In order to pull the Night King from the vault, I had loaded a different instance of Roll20, and I'm pretty sure that that's what was lagging it down. Is that it had my vault open in the background, and now it's working perfectly. So that's on me. I forgot that I had done that. All right. So there is the blast, and
Doesn't hit
there
me.
is the attack.
Doesn't hit me. Don't worry about it.
Definitely does hit you.
No.
So 39 reflex against Drak, 38 reflex against Filibuster, 37 reflex against Morin.
That hits.
If you get hit, 19 points or 18 points of necrotic and psychic damage. The blast creates a zone of darkness that lasts till the end of this guy's next turn. The zone blocks line of sight, and creatures who are in their turn in the zone take 22 necrotic damage.
Or in their turn.
Yeah,
Very
I would
cool.
recommend moving out of the zone when it gets to be your turn.
But it's a start.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to start and end in the zone because that'll be 44 damage.
Oh, but it says or.
Yeah,
Okay.
happens both times. Don't do it.
Is at the end of this turn or any turn?
It's the end of the creature's turn.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
but
the
he
end
gets
of the
3 turns.
creature's next turn.
Like-
so it'll
His-
be after initiative 21. It'll turn off.
Is that true?
It's the end of initiative 31.
Okay.
And when he does the blast, he will kind of like look through the darkness. Interlopers with limited powers. Very well. He teleports to here.
Teleports
You
behind.
are not much of a challenge. He takes his other hand and just sends a strike down at Griffle. And you see this sort of darkness that flows from his hand that sort of gathers around you and seems to dim all the light around Griffle as he swings.
I will lightning rush that.
Okay.
39. A hit.
39 is a hit.
Let's fucking go.
Do you want to make that crit or no?
You should make it crit. I'm
Just make it
gonna
crit.
let you know that now.
I mean,
I
it-
can. How much like damage does a lightning rush do?
Well, this crit would do 50. I don't know if it's worth it.
I
It's so
don't
hard.
mind you taking it, but I think I could do a lot more.
But can you
but
hit?
you have to hit him.
Like a 34 missed, so
Well, 34
Oh, a
reflex
34 miss.
34 reflex.
on
missed, sorry.
reflex.
Oh,
But still,
yeah.
because
Okay.
this is only till the end of Philly's turn, right?
At the end of my next turn.
Yeah.
So
I
I
could-
don't
Right. So someone's got to take it.
I don't
Yeah.
think we should risk losing it.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so 50 damage.
Okay. He turns to you, and when the attack is redirected, you see his hand being drawn away. That sort of weird darkening of the light around Griffle fades, and it doesn't happen around Drock. You're now aware of a trait.
Godslayer. Oh man.
It's what Moran wants to be when he grows up.
All right, so -2 damage. 44 AC for 24 necrotic and weakened save ends. He is then going to rip a piece of your soul out of your body.
I love this.
Oh, wait, isn't it? Oh, doesn't
This
it
is on Drock.
redirect? So
Yeah,
he
it's
doesn't
on
have a
Drock.
divine power source.
He didn't
know.
roll twice,
He rolled
Oh.
twice. He just rolled once.
but
Oh,
he has
okay.
a plus 27 to hit,
Ah, that'll do it.
which puts him above all of my defenses.
It puts him above all of our defensive, except for maybe Drock.
So, Drock, you are now had your soul removed. And here is what that does.
Mm.
One of many. It is your turn.
Okay.
Also, for clarity, for soul eviction, like any kind of like off-turn movement, force movement, any kind of movement, as long as you just get the 2 tokens back together, no longer helpless.
Okay, yeah.
So a thing that I could do is I could do a dimensional scramble and get Philly and Moran out of this green box for 1d6 plus intelligence. Do you guys want me to do that?
Are you doing it centered on us? Are you doing it centered on us?
Yeah.
Trying to use it as a force movement to get you out of the nonsense.
I
I can
think
I can
that would be great.
Okay. All right.
That's a lot
Yeah.
of damage.
I can me?
You
No.
said it's gonna hit,
1d6?
it's hitting us.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to take 22. I can lessen that to 1d6 plus intelligence.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And it
whatever.
would also mean that we could attack on our turn instead of just moving.
Can you only
Up
move
to
on your
you.
turn if you
We're dazed.
Gary, does
Days.
my oracle thing let me move outside of days? Is the
I'm-
move action my action?
I'm almost positive that the way Oracle works is that it's an additional action. I can look at the rules, but I'm
It says
nearly
additional move
positive.
action.
Yeah, so you have an extra move. It's not affected by days. Like you can use that while dazed and still get your normal action.
Okay, so it's more of a question for Moran than myself. I could still attack, but I don't really care.
Okay.
I would take the 1d6 plus intelligence instead of the 22.
Okay. And Gary, can I cast right here even though it's dark or no?
Yeah, you can still. You don't get the benefit of combat advantage against the dazed people, but other than that, it still works.
Okay. So I will cast right here. Dimensional scramble, no augment. 34 and a 22 versus fortitude.
Those hit.
Yeah.
Am I
Or the
misunderstanding?
22.
I thought you were only hitting Morin because filibuster can get out, or did you want to hit both?
No, she can hit me.
Do you want
Okay.
to be hit?
11 damage is better than 22 damage. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. So you guys here. Yeah.
Like that?
You could. Yep. Okay. They could go other
Wait,
places though.
You should move me
We
because
should
if
tell
Morin's
you.
not in the square in the aura, he can't hit him.
Yeah. Let me tell you. Okay. So if I did.
Basically, those 3
sorry.
squares are the only ones you could do. Like the square Philly's in, and then square Morin's in, and those 3 are the options.
Okay.
So like you
That's
could do
fine.
this if you want to do, and be in the aura.
Oh, right. Because you can't move. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I don't think we're gonna make it there.
Okay. So that was my
Oh
action.
no! Square adjacent to the burst. So no, it can be further.
I could be here.
They
Theoretically.
have to be in a 3x3 square though.
To a square adjacent to the burst, which is a 3x3 square. So the 3x3 square is
Could have been.
here. So I could be here.
Yeah.
So you need to be adjacent to the red box or the other green box.
Yep.
The red box could be.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. So that's my action. I'm gonna move. Guess. I'm gonna move far away. And then with my minor action, I will conjure my projected consciousness. And then I will action point. And with my action point, I will attempt to dishearten the Night King.
Okay.
Okay, and I will augment to. Where did it go? Hang on. And I'll use my. Hang on. So I get plus 19. Do we think that a 33 will hit his will? I really don't know.
No.
No. Okay.
Oh.
Wouldn't you like to know, Night King? All right, I'm gonna try dishearten on him.
Guys, the Night King is poking me.
36. Does a 36 hit his will?
A 36 does not hit his will.
God damn it.
What the fuck?
Oh. Can I use my necklace?
You can, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna roll 2d6 and add the higher results. Does a 42 hit his will?
Looks it up.
Yes, very much so.
The Night King is talking.
All
I
right,
mean, there's
he
only one
takes
enemy, so I can do things as the Night King.
he takes 16 psychic and -5 penalty to attack rolls until the end of my next turn, and also -2 because he's psychic locked. And also, I action pointed. Oh, and we can crit on him with a 19 or a 20.
Which are the only things that hit.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay.
he no longer has Curse of the Bloody Fangs on him, but he still has the -2 from tattoo, right? Because the tattoo is not a save ends.
It is a savings.
It is a save ends? Oh, it is a save ends. Okay. Well, he'll also make that save or attempt to make that save. And yeah,
So he succeeded on a saving roll?
he succeeded on 2 saving throws.
Oh, fascinating.
Are you gonna do something to him when he does that?
Yeah, of course I'm going to do something to him when he does that.
Good. You should do that because he's
But I know a 23 versus Will doesn't hit.
jumping.
Wait, what was the first saving throw he rolled, Gary?
He rolled a saving throw against Curse of the Bloody Fangs, and then the second one that he rolled was
Against
against
the saving.
Curse Eye. So I thought Curse Eye was until end of next turn, and it's not. Yeah, he did not get hit by that. Anything else from one of many?
No. Do you have his? Yeah, you have his stuff. Okay.
Right.
Mm,
Griffle, you're up.
All right. First thing I want to do is make a free monster knowledge check. I have a +10 to all MKCs.
Okay. What do you have the +10 from?
The helm.
Oh, sweet.
Wait, is that
Alright.
considered a latent ability of the helmet?
No, that is a something that can be replicated. That's not communing with the helm.
Sure.
Did you make a check? Did I miss it?
Oh, sorry. Sometimes you make them, and sometimes I'm never sure when
Sorry.
skill
Yeah,
checks come up whether it's
you're right. Monster knowledge should definitely be me. Skill. Hmm. So you do not know anything relevant. But one of the things that you're kind of realizing is you're not entirely sure how accurate this is going to be because it is a memory. That being said, the Formian does seem to be very perceptive, and his whole role in attacking you guys was to learn your abilities. So while this might not be 100% accurate, probably pretty representative of the Night King's abilities, or at least some of them. But you don't have anything relevant for the monster knowledge check, unfortunately.
okay. Now, this place where we are standing.
Mhm.
What is going on in our environment? Because this is like a change of scenery, right? Like we're in his court.
Yeah, you can tell that this is something that the Formian remembers, and this is clearly in the Shadowfell, and it's some sort of crazy ritual area in the Shadowfell. All of
This
that.
is
I
where-
want to.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna say this is where the memory was, right? Of him being like indoctrinated.
Of him linking
Butchering.
with the young queen and then butchering a bunch of the queens.
Yeah. I really want to use whatever knowledge that I've gained about this like pheromone language, because we're still in this creature's mind.
Mm-hmm.
I want to use any scent that I can to try to essentially send an SOS. Like, I want to get this thing to help us.
Okay. I can see a bunch of different things that could work for that. I feel like nature is probably the most obvious, but if you want to do something else, I can also see other things.
No, that sounds pretty good. Yes, there we go. So, like, I know that the creature whose head we're in is still there. I would like to try to convince it to come and fight with us like to make a different choice. But I want to do it in its own language as much as is possible.
So you're sending this stuff out, sending that sort of strange mixture, trying to make this place seem like it is one of the right doors, one of the sweet places. One of the sweet-
Yes.
And you get this pushing in of the creature's mind, of reaching into this place, and then you get a sudden flash of confusion, and then a certainty. You know this place. I can see it in your mind. Have you had a great victory here?
Do we know this place? I don't recall ever seeing this.
Saying he's referencing us stabbing him in the eye. Probably.
Maybe.
So when you kind of send that back of like confusion, what are you talking about? It shows you pieces of your memory. As you're reaching out to it, it's reaching back out to you. And the room looks the same, but it's also very clearly a different time. You see a ritual taking place, a ghoul kneeling before an altar, having its eye torn out, and something else put in its place.
Oh. Okay, yeah, we did have a vision of that, and this is the same place.
Yes, it does look a little
Okay.
different, but when the creature kind of reaches back, it's like, oh, this is the same place. You've seen this place before. You then recognize, yeah, this is the place from the vision at Haven. This is what you
Okay.
saw when you looked at the.
Can I send back? I want to send back the same image, but I want to highlight. I want to highlight that he's missing an eye, and then sort of like say, like, that was us. And then I also want to highlight the ghoul, and then the image of Haven, and then the image of like the like all of the portals opening and them invading, and then a series of images of us taking down like bam, 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 like the different sort of mini bosses in Haven, and then like battling at the I want to send like, and then like I also want to send the image of like the dawn coming, like when Clotho bought the dawn, and I want to pay specific attention to the fact that it is Clotho that's bringing the dawn.
So around you, coming out of your head, I'm gonna have this be your standard action. Is
Mhm.
the Formian.
Hell yeah. Okay. So that was my standard action. I think for my minor, I'm going to curse him, and then I'm going to get the fuck out of Dodge. for Tikia.
Cool. You end your turn. You see the Formian, his image standing there. He looks over towards all of you, and then you see he looks at Griffle and says, Hive, allies. Yes, we are all allies. You get this weird crawling sensation as you feel yourself brought into the fold. Each of you gains a trait. You are now all the Queen's own.
Yes.
Good thing we're all gonna die soon.
So, he is going to attack the Night King. I'm going to take it off of talking as Night King because I've got two things now in the fight. And he's going to use Bear the Queen's Will. 31 Fortitude. Is he going to hit? Hang on. No. But close.
Of course.
And then he's going to action point and Whirling Greatswords. swing. 34 AC. Also does not connect, but close. And then he's
He's making 4 of these, right?
yeah, they get progressively worse.
Why
he's
do you
targeting
roll
the-
like this as him and then crazy rolls as the Night King?
So his quad attack
He
is not
misses
good.
everything.
His quad attack is not good for single targeting stuff because he gets a penalty for attacking the same thing a bunch of times. But there's only one target, so. And notably, the Night King is marked. The Night King will go to take his turn. He looks around, sees Drock, sees everybody sort of moving away from him or dazed. You think manifesting weak creatures to help you will assist you. Allow me to explain to you what real power looks like. The Night King's body explodes in a wave of darkness, and you see things coalesce around the room as images of the Night King appear all around the room.
He's doing Shadow Clone Jutsu.
Remember when he said, I understand why my thing is lagging?
So, token to get Shadow Manifestation.
Shadow Clone Jutsu. So much for
Disappears
running
from the
away.
All right, so yeah, at the start of each of his turns, he can now pick one of these places to occupy. And whenever he makes an attack, he can make an attack from there. So now that he's got different things to do, he is going to start by Manifestation 2 is going to make an attack against Rock because Rock is helpless. So he's going to use his Dance of the Midnight Mists. So first swing on Drock. Drock, if this hits, it crits.
Because this is hitting my soul thing.
He's hitting you, and while your soul is disconnected, you're helpless, which means all melee attacks against you critically hit.
35.
So 47 points of necrotic damage.
I am bloodied.
Very good. Very good.
All right. And triggers the Night King's Limitless Hunger.
If you're bloodied, I get a +2 to my attack rolls.
Everyone does, basically.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank
everyone
God.
Gains
So
Get him
what I will-
cumulative +2 bonus to attack rolls until the end
What I
of the
will do,
triggering creature's
I
next
will
turn.
trigger. I will stack the bonus on the guard. So you
Okay.
guys can
Okay.
keep track. So everyone doesn't have to
And
keep
we
track.
just have to be within 10 of him to.
Yeah. Second target is Filibuster.
Also, the
Nah.
Night King is no longer on the turn order.
Mm-hmm.
He is not on the turn order that you can see.
Great.
I'll put him off to the side and put him on the turn order, but let me do a couple things to him real quick. You should have taken 4 less damage from that. Sorry, so it should be 43.
So just these manifestations, they're not like, it's not that like one of them's the real him and the rest are clones. It's that like all of them are him at any like all of them could be him at any moment.
All of them are clones, and he is removed from play until they're destroyed.
Oh, okay, right. Okay.
None of them are him. He can just reach through one of the shadow clones and attack you through it.
Mhm.
And when he moves, he can move between clones. So the second manifestation is the second swing is going to be against Filibuster. So getting back to the correct layer. Filibuster, basic on you. 33 AC.
Nice basic attack, bro. That hits me. I am bloodied and I have 1 HP.
And he's going to not choose to roll the 2. Oh, well, sorry, I forgot to track it again. So that's a -5. So he's.
Oh.
Hang on.
So 6.
That roll is horribly wrong. Give me just a second. So it should be a 28 AC.
Oh.
Does 28 AC hit you?
No.
Okay, so he misses.
Wait. Oh god. 1 and then plus 37. Okay. We're back. Not bloodied.
Does he want to spend shards yet? No, he doesn't really feel in danger. Next round. Or next one of his turns. So he ends his turn. He no longer has that. Let's see. He will yeah, he's gonna win Gust on Morin. Just a little a shrieking little a skull of black wind flies from Manifestation 4 onto Morin. So this is gonna be his Blackwing Gale. Again, I suck for remembering things, but it's 41. I think it still hits you.
Just barely.
He's gonna push you into there.
Oh no.
Fuck you in particular.
And Morin's bloodied.
I am bloodied.
Good.
Excellent. Gets another
Excellent.
charge.
Well, is it good though?
I mean,
Us leaves the ship, comes back 3 hours later. What happened to you guys? We took a nap.
Okay. I was worried that the block line of sight prevented the application of the bonus.
So I think the thing he's just going to do is try to do another melee basic. So it's going to be a Manifestation 1's going to attack Urfel.
Oh, I can't react. Fuck. Never mind.
So correctly doing this, he is at -5 and minus. Natural 1. He misses Griffle.
hooray.
Ooh.
Wait, are we at
Wait,
+4?
Can I still use strikebacks?
If you're not taking an action, sure. You guys are at +4 to hit. Yes.
This is 3 action.
Yeah, you can do it.
And no. Okay, yeah, cool. I will do that.
By the way, is session supposed to end in 9 minutes or in 1 hour and 9 minutes?
9
9
minutes.
9 minutes.
Okay.
When are we
the
gonna do
last
recap?
AC does not connect, even with
He's asking.
That's fine.
So he knows
various
whether
and
to kill us
sundry
next.
bonuses. It does not connect. But since I'm actually clicking the correct button now, does it have to miss you? It's fine. Is it a miss or hit for strikebacks? Or is it only that?
Well, let me have a look. Hang on. Strikebacks.
Enemy hits you.
Oh, it has to be a miss. Oh, it doesn't matter anyway. So
It has to be a hit, which is fine because
yeah.
because that was the thing I was trying to find was his Godslayer ability. Because it's going to be 12 higher, so that's
Twice. Oh, of course.
35 AC.
That's still a miss.
Okay, cool deal. Filibuster, you're up.
I'm gonna use Superior Will.
Wait, sorry, hang on. Did you say 35?
35, yeah, AC.
That is a hit. Sorry, yeah, that is a hit.
So you take 28 necrotic and you're weakened.
Safe. I am not dazed any longer. I'm gonna shift, scoot, boot. Okay, so
if I use Thunder of Judgment, Gary, it
Mhm.
can or cannot target all of the 3 manifestations. I read that paragraph.
I'm reading it.
Oh,
I'm taking
okay.
it.
Okay. I was like, I didn't understand.
Yeah, so you can only target one. So the way Shadow Manifestation works is whenever you get a thing, it only counts as one creature, and you can't like target the same creature 3 times with Thunder Judgment or one of those. So you have to pick one to attack.
That's some dog doo doo, bro. All right, I'm gonna use a skill that I never ever use. Can I use?
I was gonna say, are you gonna think?
What's that thing called? It's called Silent Malediction.
Ah,
That one. No.
assume
Do I
it's
have
not
plus
on
4
your ally.
on Manifestation 4?
Wait,
Yeah.
why can't he target all 3?
That's how the manifestations work. You can only
can pick
target one at a time.
But it says each one counts as a single creature.
Yes.
This is any
Like,
attack that can
all
target
together, all
multiple
of them together are
manifestations.
Oh, so all manifestations count as a single creature. Not each one is a single creature.
Correct.
Okay.
So I have a plus 4, correct?
Yes. And the manifestations do not have the same defenses as him.
And I have it's definitely larger than me, and I'm attacking one guy. 25 fortitude.
Is
25
that
fortitude
with the
is
bonuses, the +4?
plus 4.
Sure is, brother.
Yeah. He rolled a 3, so no, you do not connect.
Okay. I am dazed. Oh, and then I get the no. It's half damage to the manifestation, and it's dazed.
So he takes 10.
There we go. That's it. I guess I could have healed first, but that's okay.
Do you want to do that? I'm not like.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have this as the gotcha.
I'll heal Marino. Well, Druck, how dead do you feel?
I don't know.
Do you feel like a heal will actually help you?
I mean, it definitely won't hurt.
You can only half heal him if he's in a thing, though, right?
Oh yeah, so it's like 15.
And you'll be partially healing the guy.
Oh yeah, let's not.
No, so I'll give it to Morin because it works on him.
Morin's also in an aura.
Yes.
Oh,
he's
right.
dead.
But
Not a living creature.
that's
Here
right.
you go, brother.
Yay! Alright. So I'll spend a healing surge.
And get some stuff.
Regain 20 plus 10, is that right?
Plus
And you
2
can,
attacks, and then you get your shift for your
Plus 10.
bonus.
You could pick the last Legion off. I don't know if shifting helps you at all. It doesn't really.
It does.
Oh,
Each shift 2 would be even better.
Morin, you're starting in the thing though.
He is.
I'm not starting my turn. This is
Yeah.
Filibuster's turn.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
So
you get
I'm-
an extra shift?
That's what your thing says.
My ally can choose to shift 1 square as a free action.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
once.
you're-
Oh,
Yeah,
but can I can teleport though, right?
No.
No.
Mm,
Do you have anything that you can do when you use the healing surge? That lets you move. Okay.
We'll shift. I'll just gain the +2 bonus to AC and reflex.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh. So is it my turn now?
Yep, it is your turn.
All right. I'm gonna take 22 points of damage.
You have superior will or something similar?
Nope. I'm gonna shift or teleport out
Okay.
and attempt to save on this daze. Save. Boom. I'm no longer dazed.
Well,
And then I'll go ahead and action point. 'Cause that seems useful. And I think I want to do that. Yeah, it's not really worth it. I'm gonna Crown of Star. I'm gonna, because I'm not. Wait. No, because that's the end of my turn that I do my saving throw, so I can't action point. So never mind.
You can action point if you want. It is
You
gonna.
could action point before the save, technically.
Yeah. You could take a move action and then action point if you wanted to.
Oh, and then just not be dazed after. So
So like move
Okay.
action, your days, your turn
Yeah.
has to end unless you action point. You can action point, take a single action, and then your turn ends. And then you
Okay.
save out of days.
Yeah. Okay, so I will go ahead and cast Crown of Stars on manifestation number 2.
I will never mind.
Does a 37 versus reflex hit?
It
Yeah,
does.
in fact, it's a crit.
Sweet. All right, so that's gonna be. Is he standing on the ground?
He is.
So that'll be 4954 radiant and lightning damage.
So 74 damage.
Vulnerable 20 radiant, people.
Oh.
While it doesn't actually have a like bloodied condition, nothing triggers off of bloodied with these things.
Oh, but no,
I'm
it's
showing you what it
blinded.
is below half. It is not actually bloodied.
Oh,
Like the manifestations can't be bloodied. I'm using it to show you that you did more than half of its health.
okay. So it doesn't get blinded.
No, it does not. All right. Anything else from Warren? I think that was action point and saves and everything, and it's Drock's turn.
Yes.
All right, so I have weakened and this weird soul thing. If I shift, can the soul shift into the same square as me?
Yes. There you go. You're no longer
Oh.
helpless.
I became bloodied again on my turn. So can you up the?
Get more shards. Exactly. Wonderful. Carry on.
Can
So
you
sorry.
up the attack bonus to 6?
The Myrmidon.
Oh yeah, and the Myrmidon.
So Gary, is the weaken something I have to save against first?
It is his attack. I'm almost positive. We can save ends. So I mean, if you want to use your Hobgoblin ability to get out of it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Cool.
Okay, and then, am I at +6 or am I only at +4 because I was one of the +2s?
You're at +6. So I'm just for the simplicity of things, the stacking bonus will just stay in the guard. Whatever the guard says, it's what everybody has.
Cool. I am going to do Rebounding Dance. And hit Manifestation 2 and 4. Yeah. Does 41 and 36 hit?
I believe those are both hits. They are indeed.
So 34 to Manifestation 2 and 23 to Manifestation 4.
And 23 to this one, potentially. We'll see what happens. So when you destroy Manifestation 2, the Shadow Manifestation, when it dies, explodes in a wave of necrotic energy. That is going to be 35 versus your fortitude, because 33 versus your fortitude. Sorry.
Yeah. Unless, like, that wouldn't count as an opportunity attack, would it?
It does not.
Yeah, then, yeah, that hits.
And yeah, that's below 0. Goodbye.
Yay!
You woke up.
So
We all
quickly,
take that.
can you curse manifestation 4 and manifestation 3 for me, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
First 20. I don't think we can. I don't think we can win.
Nah, we're
So-
like so close.
No, but we got him to fight though.
I don't think it'll help.
So just like the Formian agent was trying to assess our power levels, we can now report back to On
Hmm.
about the Night King's power
I think she has a
levels.
pretty good idea about his power level, to be honest.
No. This
I feel like-
exercise was not entirely futile. There was a reason and something we got out of it.
We got
Aren't
the
they like
Formian.
aren't they like
to
ex
fight.
lovers or something? Didn't we figure something out
It's
about
her
that?
brother.
It's her
Brother.
brother.
Yeah, it's like
I
a
hope-
secret. Vampires are weird.
All right. So, Drock, you are now kicked out into your body. When it gets around to your turn, you can do things to help from outside, but basically that's just you can give somebody a second wind.
Okay. Now, does a second wind from outside still count as healing in the aura?
Yes. I mean, if the person inside is in the aura, yes.
Dang.
All right. Night King. Well, one of his manifestations was destroyed, which is actually relatively impressive. So, what would 6? Yeah. So, yeah. So the Night King is going to inhabit manifestation number 3, and then he is going to raise the non-dagger hand up in the air and say, "I believe it is time this is ended," and then drop a vortex. Shadow, I think Shadow Maelstrom? No. What's it called? There we go. So he still had a -5 to hit. Think about 4 targets. So Maelstrom's Blackheart. He is going to cast it. He's going to cast it there. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, he can't get one of many. Yeah, he'll not include filibuster. That's
Yeah, no big deal.
he's gonna cast it. So first target is the Formian, who may actually get missed. Who is missed. Second target is Griffle. So 36 versus your fortitude. And then 29
It's gonna be a hit.
29 fortitude on one of many. Who's gonna warp out of the way, I imagine.
Yep.
So 27 necrotic, and you are stunned, and you lose a healing surge at the start of each of your turns. And then when you
Wait,
start
how much necrotic damage?
27.
I'm bloodied.
Excellent. He goes down 4 soul shards and up to 8 soul shards. And the Formian guard thing increases to 10. Um. Yeah, he's fairly impressed that you guys did something. So let's go ahead and teleport manifestation to there, and then he is going to dance. So dance the midnight miss on the guard.
Wait, does each manifestation get a standard?
No, he action pointed.
Oh, okay.
So that is 30. Will hit for 32 necrotic. And then he is going to teleport there and Godslayer on Filibuster. Ooh. I say that's probably going to connect. Minus.
Oh no.
Yeah, whatever, man.
So
It feels appropriate. It feels appropriate. I'm dead, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Teleport to here. Godslayer on Griffle.
Oh my god.
This is awesome.
What is happening?
I love getting fucked up. This shit's awesome.
So it's only he rolled really badly on damage, but that is going to be 34 AC for 18 necrotic.
Well, 34 or 45.
Yeah, well, I mean, he doesn't need to roll the other one. Teleport to here. One of many.
Mm-hmm.
Swing coming your way.
Wait, why is he getting to do all these attacks?
Read the power.
This is his power. This is the dance.
This is power.
This is power.
This I click the button again so you see what it does. And the 10 squares thing, it changes based on the number of shards that he has. So he can make a bunch of attacks because he has a whole bunch of soul shards. 35 against your AC. What of any?
I'll do Bracers of Escape.
Have you already warped in the weave, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I think Bracers of
Better
Escape is off and immediate.
Let me look. Oh, you're right. Okay.
Last swing. -5 to hit. Minus damage. 24 AC.
You live.
This is Warren.
It misses by 1. Because I've cursed him.
This heart does work. So the attack bonus is at 14 now. And the Night King will end his turn. 1 a minute, you're up.
Okay. So if I dishearten one of his guys, how does that work?
When he uses that one to attack with, he will suffer the penalties. The reason he's getting the attack penalty for everything because you hit the
'cause on
main
him.
body before it disappeared.
Right, but now the main body is gone. That's not actually on the map. That's just
It's not actually on the map. You can't
Okay.
attack that. Yeah.
All right.
So the thing that he's keeping that's the big thing is that he has to keep Iron to Glass because you hit him before he did his manifest.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then the manifestations, like, can they be in a burst and multiple get hit or no?
No. Basically,
Okay.
anything that targets multiples just targets one. You pick one.
Okay, and could I make one a living missile and then hit another one with the living missile attack?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's a single target and then a single target.
But the one single target hits the two of them together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting
Yeah.
yourself.
Okay. Yeah, what the hell? I guess I'll do that. Yeah, so I'll make manifestation 1. Wait, which one's the most hurt? 3?
The only one that has taken damage is 4.
Oh, okay. So
The
I
other
will make
one died. So
yeah. Okay. So I'll make 3 my living missile,
Okay.
and I will knock it into 4. Here we go. Let's see. Living missile.
If you do that, you know it's going to automatically miss, right?
Why? But wait. What do you mean?
You have to be in 3's aura to hit it. So you need to be up here.
My consciousness is.
Oh, your consciousness is. Okay, carry on.
Okay. All right. So I get 14 to hit?
Yep, plus 14 to hit.
Okay. 37.
37. That'll hit his fortitude.
Okay, so he's immobilized.
Let's
Save ends.
go.
And then
Like this. Bonk.
yeah.
44. Yeah.
So 20 damage.
And damage.
Secondary falls prone. Primary takes half and falls prone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then these guys don't have reach or anything, do they?
Nope.
Okay. So then I will go.
He's just a dude with a knife.
Great.
If you
Well,
can
good.
teleport 20, do you really need reach?
Yeah, right. And I'll go like that. What is this pink square?
That was his maelstrom.
Okay.
The attack. The
All
thing
right.
you warped in the weave, so you didn't read the rest of it.
Okay. So that is my move minor standard. Okay, I'm done.
Griffle, you're up.
Hi. I'm dying. So the start of my turn, I lose a healing surge. Is that right?
Yes. Start of your turn, you lose a healing surge, and you are stunned. So you can either,
Oh,
if you have a way
whoops.
to get out of being stunned, you can, like, if you got superior will or something like that, you can try to get out of it, or you can lose a second healing surge to be able to take your actions.
So I have
Phylactery.
what do I have? Yeah, I do have phylactery of action, yeah. So I've got a couple of things I can do.
Oh, that's just a reroll.
Yeah, it's not like a get out of it's not like a mega save right now or anything.
Superior will is the main one.
Yeah. Okay. I will sacrifice another surge to make it. I've done it again.
All good.
Yeah, I will make a dazed instead of stunned.
Mm-hmm.
Where is dazed? Dazed. Oh, there it is. Boom. I'm also still weakened. What was that from?
That is a save ends condition from him smacking you.
Okay. I would like to then use, I think, invigorating stride would be the play here.
It is going to be your only action, but you know.
1, 2, 3. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't see the lines, so.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yep. Cool. All right. So then I second wind. Bam. Plus. No, -1. So 2 healing surges left. I'm still bloodied. And then I will make my saving throws. If I fail my dazed saving throw, then I will re-roll it with phylactery. So
Okay.
saving first for the weakened.
Okay.
I'm still weakened, and then saving for the daze. Cool. Can I still Phylactery doesn't use weakened, does it? No, it doesn't. That's fine.
So the guard
No longer dazed. Still weakened.
moves up. Guard swings at the dazed, messed up one with his soul strike. Whoa. Guard rolled very well. 40 points of damage, and as he strikes into it, you guys feel this weird echoing thing in the mind of the Formian, as he says, "You are not as I remembered you. I remember you as one."
Oh shit!
Welcome back, Night King.
But one's over there.
He kills one.
Alright. The Night King smiles at him, seeing all of this happening. And this thing has been gone for a while.
Hmm?
Are you still playing?
It's gonna pop around. And then we're basically done here. So
Jesus.
he's gonna
I'm
get out of here.
basically done with you guys
20
here.
minutes after session. Yeah.
Sorry.
I just want one turn.
He just wants to kill
At
us
the
real
very
quick.
beginning, Gary
It-
goes, I think this could last 2 hours or go past the end.
That's right. It doesn't really matter what the damage is. He destroys your conjuration, one of many. He pops over here. He swings at Morin with none of that, and then -5.
He can attack the entire battlefield every round.
Yes,
That
he can.
hits.
31 necrotic to you.
He's still breathing. Or not, as it were.
And then teleports to there. Melee basic on Griffle. 5. 15 necrotic to Griffle.
Oh, I'm weakened, aren't I?
And this is his damage with iron to glass, right?
This is
Oh,
with Iron
fuck.
Glass on. Yes. So
Bracers
30
of
to one
escape.
many.
No.
Yeah, I've kind of healed everyone like 60 damage this fight.
Minor action Black Wind on Morin. 36 for 30.
That'll do it.
Hype that up.
Thanks for healing me, Drock.
Minor action Black Wind on Griffle.
He hasn't had a turn yet.
He's got 2 minors.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Of course he does.
Why
Dumb
wouldn't he have 2 minors?
Question is that?
You have 2
I don't
minors.
know. No, I don't.
So I think that 32 takes out.
That
Griffle
puts
as
me
well.
down, yeah.
And then he has a full round to saunter up to one of many. And
Grab your
go
skull.
away.
Oh no, not my soul.
This one I want to remember.
Hang on. So he's going to come up to you and then say, "What little I can gain from your life, I think I will." And then he puts his hand forward and then drinks your vitality, trying to draw your life out of your body.
I need that.
34 versus Fortitude
Yeah, that'll hit.
for 25 and lose a surge, and then he'll swing with the final Iron to Glass swing for 22.
I'm down.
And
Ejected.
that's everybody.
Dream over, man.
Yep. You guys wake up feeling not very good.
And I think we failed our mission of freeing this guy.
Did we? We gave him confidence.
We got him fighting. Like we
Yeah.
got him fighting his own brain devils. Like
In his dream, yeah.
Hopefully we've lowered the DC of whatever ritual we need to do.
So when you wake up, and we'll kind of go into this for next time, we'll do proper out of game or the like out of dream world recap, and then go into what your options are now with the Formian partially freed, or at least thinking more about you guys as being not just enemies.
But- See, guys, it was worth it.
That's my goal.
I thought it was I thought it was going to be really interesting, because, and just to, the last thing I'll say, and then obviously we're way past time, but like in that room, I was curious how much I wanted to kind of hand tip how the encounters worked. But I think as soon as you guys were like, "Oh, the Night King is here to fight," and Drock was like, "I'm gonna fucking punch him," I was like, "Cool, I don't have to worry about this," because there was a split there where, depending on what you chose, it would give him different opinions when he wakes up on like how you got to deal with stuff. But like you could have chosen to protect the queen, which is fight the Night King. You could have chosen to protect basically do the Formian's job for him, protecting Alanin, so the Formian could go protect the queen. He wants to do both. You could do the other one for him. And if you protected Alanin, that means that you fight the Baron. And then you could also take on Alanin, but the Formian would have defended Alanin. So you would have fought against the Formian sort of perfected defensive self, a slightly stronger version of the Formian and Alanin.
I think we chose wisely.
Who is Alanin?
Mhm.
He's the random Tari guy who jumped us in the alleyway last session.
Oh, so you're telling me that the guy who is mind controlling the guy is the guy he defended?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why he's mind controlling him to get free bodyguards.
Oh, that totally went over my head.
Yep.
I think that you guys fighting the Night King was the most fun option, but I was sort of equally excited to see you guys take on the Baron. So I thought
Why
both
would we
were
fight him?
Yeah, he's our ally.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
It's our uneasy truce.
I have a feeling we're going to learn that everyone we've encountered in this world is somebody we are not interested in doing business with.
Oh.
And I will let you guys know, just so if and when this comes after things, I did basically use the Night King's real stat block for this.
Okay.
Good
I
to know.
mean, I think Michael said it best when he said our greatest allies are a manic pixie dream girl and a big sleepy dragon.
When did I say that?
I don't know, but I remember that being something too. All right, guys. Well,
This
I'm
was
glad you guys
delightful.
played along.
Yeah.
I hope it was really fun.
Very fun.
I had
It
a
was
lot
a
of
slow
fun.
start, but I'm glad that we did this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was great.
Me too.
All right.
I knew it was
Bye,
going to
guys.
be a slow start, but I was pretty excited. When we got to the final room, I was like, this is going to be, it all comes together.
Yeah.
Totally.
All right. Later.
Good night, everybody.
Right, take care.
Bye.
Bye.